Gina Argento,
Here.
Bogdan Barkarowski,
Here.
Lisa Bamonte, Gina Barros,
Here.
Eric Brusadas, Thomas Burrows,
Here.
Iris Cabrera, Phil Caponegro,
Here.
Frank Carbone,
Here.
Stephen Chesler,
Here.
Michael Chiricello, Teresa Cinciata, Stephanie Cuevas, Stephanie, Ronan Daly, Giovanni D'Amato,
Here.
Aaron Drinkwater, Arthur Debinowski,
Here.
Lloyd Feng.
Here.
Thank you. And for those new board members, if I pronounce your name wrong, please correct me. Julia Amanda Foster,
Here.
Chairperson Fuller,
Here.
Crystal Garcia.
Here.
Thank you. Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross.
I'm here.
Thank you. David Hemlick, Sabrina Help.
Here.
Thank you. Katie Denny Horowitz,
Here.
Sonia Iglesia,
Here.
Moisha Indig, Robert Jeffrey, Rosanna Kaminsky,
Here.
Corey Canton, Paul Kelterborn,
Here.
William Klagsbold, Yoel Landau, Marie Leanza,
Here.
Yo Lowe, Trina McKeever, Adam Myers, Sante Michelli,
Here.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman. I'm sorry, Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves, Mary O'Domerick,
I'm here.
Janice Peterson, Bella Sable.
Here. Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Isaac Sofer, Del Teague,
Here.
William Vega,
Here.
Maria Vieta, Simon Weiser.
Jerry, I'm here, Eric Brusadas.
26, including Mr. Brusadas, which gives us a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Jerry. We're going to do nominations for the attendance committee, which was an omission from our last meeting on all of our behalf. Present attendant committee is Rabbi Needleman, Rabbi David Needleman is the chair. Eric Brusadas is a member. Iris Cabrera is a member. As you know, our attendance committee called for 3 people on that committee. The floor is now open for nominations of attendance committee.
Madam Chair, just to preface, nominations do not need second. However, if the member is present, they should be asked if they accept the nomination because we don't have the 10-day grace period.
Okay, thank you. Floor is open for nominations for attendance committee.
Madam Chair, Eric
Yes.
Brusadas, I nominate Iris Cabrera as chair.
Are there any?
There's only a position as member. You can't,
Okay.
you don't, the chair is appointed by the board chair.
Understood. I nominate Iris Cabrera. Sorry for the mistake.
Eric, I didn't hear who you nominated.
Iris
Iris Cabrera.
for the chair. We just nominate for members and we just are nominating for members.
That's right. Yes.
I nominate Rabbi Needleman for the chair.
I nominate Eric Brusadas, Del Teague.
Eric, you accept?
Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Del.
Eric, you was nominating Iris for a member. You changed it. Did you, I mean, what happened with Iris?
Iris is nominated as a potential, as a candidate.
Okay, and that was
So-
Eric.
So far you have 3 candidates.
I
Okay, Iris,
nominate Joe
Iris, do
Gross
you accept?
nominated Simon Weiser. Joe Gross is
Joe, say that
nominating
again.
Simon Weiser. I'm nominating Simon Weiser.
Simon, do you accept? Simon, do you accept? I don't think he's on.
He has to unmute.
He's on, but he's not unmuted. Did you say he was on, Joe?
This is Simon. You hear me?
Yes,
Yes, I accept it.
okay. Is Iris on? Does she accept her nomination?
I'm also nominating Rabbi Needleman. for a member.
He's already nominated, Mr. Gross.
Okay.
There's 3 people, no?
Well, is that 4? Okay, the nominations, Eric Bezadas, Iris Cabello, Rabbi Needleman, and Simon Weiser. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Nominations closed, the voting will be held at 8 o'clock.
Hi everyone, this is Iris Cabrera. I just enjoyed the meeting. So I've been nominated for what? Sorry.
Attendance committee,
Okay, all right.
you accept?
Well, 1 second. Chair,
Yes, I
I
accept.
have a question, Simon.
Yes.
So far, no new names came forward. If only it is that, if I understood, only these 3 names were nominated for the attendance committee: Rabbi Needleman, Eric, and Iris.
And you?
Then I decline. Then let it be the way it was till now.
Okay. Simon declined the nomination, so it's Eric, Rabbi Needleman, and Iris. Nominations closed. Okay, we'll have the voting at 8 o'clock with our regular election, with our regular election at 8 o'clock. First item on the agenda is a presentation, Kingsland Avenue. Corporation to be formed as Bernard Alexis Torres, doing business as TBD 78 Kingsland Avenue.
Your
Frank-
Honor? I'm Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Sheriff
Tom.
Fuller, sorry. I thought I was still in court. Forgive me.
Okay.
Mr. Polillo is the lawyer for that applicant, and he had sent an email that he was going to be out of the country and so was going to have to postpone this to a later meeting. I believe that was received at the office. I don't know. Is Frank Polillo out there in the audience? So I believe he's going to be away, and this one was going to be asked to be postponed. Jerry, do you know? I'm looking. Where's the list of people who are in the audience? I don't
That's
see
correct,
anything.
Tom. That item is postponed, and the other
Okay.
3 are to proceed as stated.
Okay, great. Okay.
Okay, next item is 292 Notion and ground leases, North 8th Street.
Yeah, that is an application for a hotel liquor license, and there is now a community review for hotels, but this was before that went into effect. But we asked them to present to the full board about their hotel, what their spaces are going to be, where their the liquor is going to be served, what their location is, etc. So, hopefully they're here.
Hi, we are here. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah, hi, everyone. My name is Donald Bernstein, and I'm the attorney for the applicant and two representatives from my client, Andrew Bussell, Adam Bussell and Andrew Kleinman are also here with me. This is actually two applications that we are making. One is for a hotel, the other is for a restaurant on the top floor of that building. The hotel is owned by Seidel Group. They have 3 hotels in Manhattan, the Nomad, the Freehand, and the Ace. This will be a new 5-story hotel. The ground floor has a lobby and elevators. It's open 24/7 with 117 guest rooms that are on floors 2 through 5. There is no restaurant in the space that will be licensed as a hotel. There is an outdoor courtyard on the ground floor that has 22 tables and 70 seats. That courtyard is really just an extension of the lobby. It is not a restaurant. There's no food and beverage service in that outdoor courtyard. The hotel, as I said, is open 24/7. We'll have room service. We'll have mini bars. The outdoor courtyard, that's an extension of the lobby's hours, will be 8 a.m., closing at 8 p.m. With respect to parking and traffic, which I know you wanted us to address, there's no valet service, so there's no valet stand, there's no cutout. No cars will be parked in front of the hotel. The hotel will have security 24/7. That will include a doorman who will assist patrons who come to be dropped off and stay at the hotel, so that person will be able to assist them with their baggage, direct them where to park if they need a parking garage, to keep the traffic moving and avoid any congestion on the street. There is a parking garage on 7th Street, which is a 3-minute walk. There are also 21 stacked parking spaces on the 7th Street side of the hotel, which will be used by employees so that they will not be parking anywhere on the street. As I said, security will be 24/7. There will be 2 security guards per shift, shift 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., 3 p.m. to 11, and 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So that is the hotel license. I just want to mention that we also will be applying for a restaurant. Tom, I don't know if you want me to get into that or not, but there will
Well,
be
you said it
separate-
was on the roof, so.
Yes, yes. Let me address that. So that's a separate, same ownership, also owned by the Seidel Group. It will be on the 11th floor on the roof. There will be a full service restaurant. It will have indoor space
Okay, let me
and
interrupt you. So you said it was a 5-story hotel, but the restaurant's on the 11th floor. So
yes,
what's going on
there is
between?
there is university student housing in the intervening floors. That's not part of the hotel. That is not our space.
Whose university?
I believe it's a graduate school. I forgot. Andrew or Adam, can you weigh in on that?
It's Bard University.
What?
Bard.
Bard.
Bard College? Oh, from up in upstate, Poughkeepsie?
Correct, and they have some other smaller areas in the city.
Okay.
So the restaurant on the roof will be full service restaurant. Indoors, there will be 39 seats, 2 bars with 16 stools. There are 2 terraces, outdoor terraces on either side with 76 seats at 14 tables. The indoor space will be 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. and the outdoor space will be 8 a.m. and consistent with your guidelines, closing at 11 p.m. during the week and 1 a.m. Outdoors. We also got a number of
Your outdoor
petitions
space is
signatures and
surrounded
provided those
by,
to the community board office.
the outdoor space on the roof how is that surrounded? The glass panels, or is it?
Yes, the indoor space is fully closed in glass windows and doors.
No, but the outdoor space, like how are you having your people not throw themselves off the roof or bottles and cans off the roof?
there is going to be planters that will be about you won't be able to get within 4 feet of the railing of the roof.
Okay. Anybody else have questions out there?
I have a question. It's Mary O'Johnbrook. What are the cross streets of that hotel?
Metropolitan. Right, 292 North 8th Street.
Okay, so it's Metropolitan. What's the other cross street?
I have Meeker and Havermeyer, is that right?
That's right, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, Simon, I have a question.
Yes, Simon.
Yeah, I'm concerned about, you mentioned about a college, the same building as a bar. I mean, is that normal? Tom, is that normal?
I didn't know that there was student housing going in that building, and you know, NYU has student housing in all kinds of buildings. I don't know which, you know, if they're customers of a restaurant, I guess, you know, they're going to have to follow the liquor license rules, which presently are 21. God knows what the city's going to want to push it down to, since they want everyone to be drinking.
Adam, is it undergraduate or graduate? I thought it was graduates.
That's correct. Yeah, it's graduate students.
It's a graduate program, so the students are over 21.
I was a graduate student at 20, so.
Oh, 20 to 21.
Are there
Madam
any other
Chair.
questions?
Yeah,
Yes.
Madam Chair, Santa Michele. What are the hour of operation? And also, is going to be there music, amplified music?
So the hours of the indoor portion of the restaurant are 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. The outdoor portion is 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. during the week and 1 a.m. on weekends for the terraces. There will be music inside. We do want the opportunity to have a DJ probably on weekends that would be inside, and there may be some live music once or twice a week inside.
And when you say inside, you said there is a glass partition that divide the outside from the inside?
Yeah, it's fully enclosed.
And it's going to be soundproof glass, so there is no sound is going to protrude outside?
Correct. The inside space is a fully enclosed space.
Is it going to be properly soundproof to eliminate any sound from propagating outside?
I don't know the exact specifications of the glass that's there, but it appears to be, yes.
Okay, well, that could be definitely a concern for the community, the sound, the DJs, and you know, the late hours and the live music. Seeing the fact it's going to be on the 11th floor, and you know, I believe community had experienced the sound propagating, especially from this roof activity. But thank you.
Yeah, we can look into that and report to the committee when we go in a few weeks.
Are there any other questions?
I have a
If you
question.
can, when you come to the committee, if you can give us a sense of what's around your hotel, so we can see what buildings might be impacted by any sound that's coming from up there.
Okay.
Sorry.
Iris?
Yeah, where is this hotel going to be located? I'm sorry, I didn't have opportunity to read the agenda.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that question.
Where's it located?
It's at 292 North 8th Street between Meeker and Havermeyer.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Bernstein finished his presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Are there any other questions?
Okay, if questions come up, get them to the committee before our meeting on the 21st, okay?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bernstein and your team. Have a
Thank
good
you.
evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. Next item on the agenda is Arts District, New York, 225 Franklin Avenue.
Yeah, everyone, item has been getting a lot of press about being an art center. The concern, of course, is it's listing itself as an entertainment venue with 600 or more patrons. So our threshold was always 250 for the full board to hear what the item is going to be, and then have questions that you might have before the committee hears it. Okay. Is anybody here?
I am here. This is Phil Dorn, attorney with Pizetsky and Bookman, representing the applicant, but I want to make sure.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. So
Now, before you start, I was looking at our agenda, and the presentation is for Immersive Management and Services LLC, doing business at Arts District, New York. And then on our new list, there's a thing called AD Williamsburg, doing business as Arts District. Are those one and the same or two different
correct,
things?
they're one and the same. There was a
Okay.
name change in the last month or two.
Okay.
Before I begin, I just want to make sure that Mark Ralph is present. He is the head of operations for Arts District, so I want to have him here with me.
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. Okay, so like I said, I don't know if you guys were able to hear me a minute ago, but my name is Phil Dorn. I'm an attorney with Pizetsky and Bookman. And with me, like I just said, is Mark Ralph, who will be in charge of the operations for Immersive Management, doing business as Arts District, New York. AD New York is an immersive art venue located over at 25 Franklin Street, which is just north of North 15th Street, over on right by the water. The venue will showcase different works, different exhibits from acclaimed artists around the world. The goal is to focus on an immersive mixed media show and curated art, as well as artificial intelligence, technology, science, music, film, you name it, they will have it. Additionally, Arts District New York will feature the US premiere of a show called Limitless AI, which comes from the creators of the award-winning Poetic AI, which was a show that was seen by over 1 million visitors in Paris. The venue will have a pre-show cafe inside that will have an alcohol component as well, and that's why we're before you, and that's why we'll be before the SLA committee in a couple of weeks. That'll be in the gallery area with a handful of tables and chairs inside, which will be open at all hours of the day to both visitors of the gallery and the exhibits, as well as just people who want to stop in and enjoy a coffee and use it as a cafe. The gallery will have an NFT gallery, a merchandise area, etc. So it's really going to be this immersive art experience. Like Tom mentioned, the occupancy is just over 700, which is why we're before you tonight, ahead of the SLA committee meeting in a couple weeks. I'm happy to discuss some of the more specifics about the application, such as hours of operation, and there's a little outdoor space that I'm happy to explain, but I'll let you guys ask if you have questions about that. The last thing I'll say is that the
Bill?
team, yep.
All right, just like the hotel, issues are going to be traffic, cars dropping people off, whether you're going to have a cutout for people to be dropping off, how people are getting there, crowd control, if there are crowd issues, the standard large operating space. What's the control system? What kind of securities are going to be, things like that.
Right. Thanks.
This is
a rare desolate street in the Greenpoint Williamsburg border. It's actually not even a 500-foot case, and there aren't residences on the block. But with that said, the team plans to employ several experienced professional security guards to manage and organize entry and exit into the venue, to manage crowds. They will be employing staggered ticket times when there are ticketed events, when the show is going on, to try to control crowds so they're not all accumulating at once outside the venue. As far as pickup and drop off goes, that's just straightforward. There will be drop off service outside the venue, but like I said, there are no residences on the block, so we don't anticipate that it will have any material impact on the foot traffic or pedestrian traffic or the noise in the area.
Hey, Tom, could I just, it's Giovanni D'Amato. Could I just say something?
So they're here. You raise your hand and the chair will, I can't see you guys, so.
If it's
Go ahead.
okay, Chair Fuller?
Yeah, it's for questions, yes.
All right. So, Phil, I just got a quick question. It's not a desolate part. You have housing all around this building. There's housing, Cooper Houses is 1 block away. Further down, you have many houses, many 6-family houses. So it's not a desolate part of the border or whatever was said. So there will be, adding 700 people on any given night is going to change. So, that is a concern for those of us who are living in this desolate part of, the city. But the other thing is this, what are you going to do about, you're going to have to hire all these people. So what kind of outreach is being done to make sure that people from the community get priority to not only go into, the exhibits that you guys are going to have, but also with employment?
Yeah, so I just want to start off by saying I apologize. I didn't mean it in an offensive way about calling the area desolate. That was probably a poor choice of words. I just meant that in the legal term of saturation, it is not a 500-foot case. There aren't 3 or more licensed establishments within 500 feet. As far as residences go, again, I didn't mean desolate at the micro level. I just meant that on the specific block of Franklin, just north of North 15th, there aren't any residential buildings. But you are completely correct, Giovanni, that past North 15th, so we're on like I said, on Franklin, but past North 15th, there are a few residential buildings about a block and a half north, as well as east. Your next question, which I'm now blanking on, was
local hiring.
Right, outreach. So far, the team has done a solid job of going around soliciting petition signatures. They're still in the process of doing more outreach. They have about 50 signatures to date. They're trying to get in contact with as many tenants in the nearby area as they possibly can. In addition to that, we're open to suggestions if there are any block associations or simply just individual residents that would like to meet with us from now until the committee meeting in a few weeks. We would love to do that. I think the goal with this project is to really become a staple in the neighborhood. It's not to become this tourist destination or destination for outsiders. While of course we're looking to have a successful business, the goal is to really be a welcome neighbor in the community. So that's why we have this cafe that I kind of touched on a few minutes ago that is open to the local neighbors. When there are shows going on or when there aren't shows going on, there's going to be free Wi-Fi for people to come in and sit and have a coffee and do work, etc. So the goal is to put down roots in this community, to be a cultural center in the neighborhood. And the last point about employment, where it kind of goes to what I was saying about reaching out to block associations and residents. We would love if there are any groups that would love to discuss employment opportunities. We would love to do that.
Phil, you're sounding very Manhattan.
Madam Chair, oh, sorry.
Wait. Now, you're not that far from the future Bushwick Inlet Park, correct?
You'd have to point out on the map where that is.
Well, you've got a building, and you're talking about block associations. There's no block associations. There's Friends of Williams, the parks. There's Bushwick Inlet Park. There is St. Nick's. There are a number of larger community groups. I would hope that maybe if you're going to have open space, you'll reach out to, there's a lot of youth leagues that use the parks not far from there. Do you have, everybody, can you picture where this building is? Because all I can picture is it's that black building over there on Franklin Street that looked like, I don't know what was in there before.
It was House of Vans.
Right, House of Vans.
And it's next to Pop's Popular Clothing.
Right. So some of you know that neighborhood better. Pipe in
I
here
know the
because-
neighbor, Tom, if you
Well,
allow me
I'm just
to.
thinking about, there's a lot of stuff around there that they could get involved with if they're going to be there to support the neighborhood. And they're not block associations. There's a lot of other stuff going on, but it's not my
Yeah.
So go ahead, Ben Santi.
Yeah. Phil, I have to say, because I live a couple blocks away, I want to remind all the board members there is an historic district there, a national historic district, the Greenpoint Historic District. It's only a few blocks away. There is a Greenpoint Coalition and a coalition of block association, which are Oak Street, Noble Street, Milton Street, and so on. A very low scale building. I live there. I never thought it was a low density. And that's an extremely important passage, as Tom Barrow has just mentioned. Another mention, there is a Bushwick Park. Is also a very important passage because that's how we transition from Greenpoint. There is a bike lane which we struggle to have it for years. And I have memory when House of Vans was there, and not only me, the community have memories of the impact that House of Vans create many times with a line and queue of people that they were standing for miles on that sidewalk, obstructing the bike lanes, and activity and noise and music on the street and music inside and graffiti, because the type of venue with skateboard, there is all definitely not a nice history when there were some event there. I know it's great to hear about art, but definitely when we talk about more than 700 people and this type of activity, I believe there is a community there. I've been one of the member, and many member have been very active, especially in regard to liquor license. I know you mentioned about possibility for neighbors to use a cafeteria. We have so many cafeteria, so many restaurants, so many of the places. I'm really welcome art activity, galleries. That would be great. They close at 9 o'clock. I've been to millions of opening in Chelsea, all over the city, in Brooklyn, even in Brooklyn, Williamsburg, and Greenpoint, when there were so many galleries, which they were very vital to that art community. But here, what I sense as an active community board member, an active member of that specific community, I sense that there is an element of concern, and this will require a sense of clarification. And there is affordable house that just opened into the market. We have just 2 blocks away from there, hundreds of units, which are already threatened from other potential activity and music that is happening on the waterfront, and boats that arrive on the waterfront, and alcohol over. So, those are concerning elements. And hopefully we're going to have an opportunity as a community to have clarification about that.
Thank you, Sante. We certainly hear those concerns and we appreciate them, and we will do our best to address them come a couple weeks from now.
Steve Chesler.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mario John, I also have some concerns.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you can raise your hand, whatever.
Okay.
Work.
I'm the co-chair of Friends of Bushwick Inlet Park, and Bushwick Inlet sits adjacent to that property, and it's a beautiful passive park section that's going to probably open in the next 2 years. So might be kind of a, cultural conflict to have, really intense, entertainment venue next to this naturalistic area. So I don't know, maybe there's, your group and our group maybe can, contact each other and talk about how that might best play out. And the other thing is the bike lane. There's a mostly, protected bike lane. It's a very active bike lane that traverses right in front of the building. And there's a couple cutout areas there, but I'm just worried with a massive influx of people and cars, people getting in and out of cars, that's going to cause a quagmire there.
Thank you, Steve.
Is there a bike group? Because I believe that they should meet with the Friends of Bushwick Inlet Park. That's why I brought it up. And they should meet with Greenpoint Coalition. But is there a bike or transportation or something group? Because that is going to be a problem there. People are going to get creamed getting out of their cars.
Tom, it's Katie Denny Horwitz. I had my hand up, but I think the Greenway, the Brooklyn Greenway Initiative, BGI, would be great. We as North Brooklyn Parks Alliance are part of their coalition, so they are kind of the stewards of the bike lane along Bushwick Inlet Park, along the whole waterfront. And so Phil, again, North Brooklyn Parks Alliance, we work also with Friends of Bushwick Inlet Park. We'd love to be part of that conversation. We've been involved in parks along the waterfront, and also recently managing Banker's Anchor, which is just up the street, yet another open space. So super interested in your open space plans, as well as, being a cultural venue. So looking forward to talking more.
Great. This is exactly what we were looking for. This is exactly why we're before you guys today, so we can make these introductions and these relationships ahead of the whole SLA process. Steve, Katie, Sante, we will be certainly reaching out to you folks, as well as.
And me, one more.
Well, I'm Mary. I didn't get to you yet.
And Mary, of course.
Are you finished?
Yes. Go. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Mary.
Thank you. I live a few blocks in the opposite direction, and the only subway that your visitors might be using is on North 7 or perhaps Nassau Avenue, the G train. In order to get to your venue, they've got to pass quite a number of blocks, residential blocks. The other concern is that we only have Kent Avenue to get around by car or walking or biking. And the traffic jam on Kent Avenue is phenomenal. It takes over a half hour to go from Williamsburg to Greenpoint now. Open street is Berry Street, which doesn't allow any traffic. So there are going to be tremendous impacts in this community as a result of that venue. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you, Phil. Have a good evening.
Thank you, everybody.
Next item on the agenda is Swingers, 118 North 11th Street, AKA 56 Barry Street. Restaurant, Mini Golf.
Yeah, hi, Donald Bernstein again for this applicant. And my client, Jeremy Simmons, should be on here as well.
I am. Hi, everyone.
Okay, so Swingers is a brand that Jeremy created a number of years ago. It's an indoor mini golf facility for adults with extensive food court style gourmet food and beverages. Jeremy started Swingers in London, now has 2 locations there, one in Washington, D.C., and one newly opened on West 29th Street in Manhattan. They're all larger venues in premium residential areas, and Jeremy and his team are highly experienced in managing and operating this type of venue. They have not had any issues or problems with the residents in their communities in the years that they have been operating. The space here will have 3 full mini golf courses, entirely indoors. It will also have seating for 350 people, for up to 350 people for eating and drinking. Jeremy is partnering with some top-notch food and beverage operators to provide the premium food for the venue. When you want to go to the facility and do the mini golf, 90% of it is pre-booked or reserved. Only 10% or less are walk-ins. So this allows swingers and the team to control the people that are there, the people that are entering, and the people that are exiting to avoid any undesirable impact on the community, whether it's or even inside the facility. They're developed a method of doing this, and they've been doing it for years successfully. They don't have lines outside, but if there was a crowd or people gathering, they have space indoors to accommodate a line by the reception so that there would not be any lines outside. We've attached to our questionnaire a detailed 5-page security plan. They will be using All-Star, a licensed security company, and that report details all of the security measures, including security personnel, as detailed as the attire they have to wear, their process for verification of proper age, the communications between all of the security personnel. They're going to have a closed circuit TV system, liaison with the local precinct, and a number of other things that they're going to be doing. All of that is detailed in the report. The space will also be treated acoustically. They have someone that has done that for all of their spaces, and they have not had any problems, even though they are in residential areas. The hours will be, and the space, by the way, is now a vacant warehouse. It was a beer distribution center. The hours are noon to 2 a.m. Monday through Friday, and 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Saturday and Sunday. There are parking lots nearby. I think there are 2 just on North 12th Street. There are others, although based on experience, most people will be arriving by public transportation or by taking a taxi or an Uber. So it's a great experience. The people that go to Swingers love it. It's mini golf like you've never seen it before. I hope you get a chance to look at some of the photos that we've attached. And I know that Jeremy and his team are looking forward to coming to Williamsburg.
Any questions? Lincoln, you had your hand up for the previous speaker, or you had a hand up? Questions on the items that we're discussing, or?
No questions on the items. I was just hoping to say hello whenever the opportunity presented itself.
Okay, I'll come to you. You're welcome. Tom?
Okay, so is it the 1-story building, or is it the loft building with the bottom floor?
The building has a 3-story office building over a portion of it, and then it has a 1-story building connected to it, and it sits right under the 3-story office building and partly in the single-story building.
Okay, so what streets is that between, so everybody knows where it is?
The entrance is on North 11th Street, and then it borders Berry Street.
And the other, yeah, but it's like 2/3 of the block, isn't it? What's the
Yeah.
other?
Let me bring up the map 1 second.
So there's a lot of residences around there. So have you been petitioning and notifying all those buildings?
We are.
Yeah, we're going to do that. I think that Jeremy started with another representative who was supposed to appear at the committee, and that wasn't done. So the answer, Tom, is no, but between now and when we see you next, we will.
Because on the other end of the block is Brooklyn Brewery, right?
Correct.
Okay, and across the street is the whiskey, whatever. Somebody help me out who hangs out over there. Does everybody know this block? Somebody? All right.
Yes, what specifically are you asking? Like just what's around there, or?
Well, I'm just, it's a big venue in the middle of a bunch of other big venues, and there's a lot of traffic, but there's also a lot of new residential buildings going up around it. So, I don't know how the neighbors over there are dealing with it, if they're going to be, we got to make sure we got input from over there. So that's not my part of the world. So I'm just checking with people who know this building. So I got a clue what it is. It's big, it's like 2/3 of a block. So it's a lot of building.
What's the exact address again?
118 North 11. It's between Berry and I guess what's the street that all the hotels are on? Wythe?
Wythe.
The Brooklyn Brewery. Yeah, it's similar to like the place with the bowling alleys and the drinking and eating, yes?
I think you're referring to Brooklyn Bowl. And I'd say we're similar in that we combine food and beverage with an activity, but we're dissimilar in that is much more like a nightclub and it has live music. And we don't, and it's very much that's a very much a standing environment. And this is not that. This is people seated, eating, drinking, very upscale. And then the only people walking around the space are the people walking to play their mini golf and being on the course. So it's a much more sedate environment than Brooklyn Bowl.
Okay.
I mean,
Any
Tom,
other
just
questions?
to answer your question, I mean, it's Katie. I work a block away. I live about a 10-minute walk away. I don't consider that particular block residential. I mean, it is mostly venues. I hate to put her on the spot, but I don't, Corey, maybe you have a better sense of the folks who live within a few blocks from there and how they're feeling.
This is Mary O'Domrick again. I live a few blocks away. It's nightlife. It's Club Row. It is impossible to walk through past midnight. We can feel our homes shaking from the beat that we hear in the clubs and on the roofs. There's a club across the street from Brooklyn Bowl. That whole area is known as Club Row. Okay, congested, trafficy, loud, noisy crowds. And when they're done, they're screaming through residential neighborhoods to get to the subway or wherever else they're going. It is a nightmare.
Mary, can I just reassure you that this is not that at all for two reasons. One, we don't have the density of people that you have in a nightclub. Because of our booking system, people gradually filter in to play the golf and then they gradually leave and it's dispersed across the entire operations. And so all those issues that you're talking about, one is crowd dispersal because you get 300, 400, 500 people on the street all at one time. We don't have that. We disperse people in groups of 20 across an entire day. The second concern was noise concerns to do with bass and things vibrating. We work with KP Acoustics, who are an acoustic engineering company. They've done every single one of our projects. We have done projects in Class A office buildings, residential buildings, and we've never had any noise complaints because we put proper acoustic mitigation measures in place in all of our spaces. So I'm hopeful that we will be a welcome addition to the neighborhood that is the antidote to exactly what you're talking about rather than a nightclub coming into this space.
Well, I can appreciate that. However, the point is saturation. We are oversaturated. Even bringing one or two more people is too much at this point. If anyone has walked that area or driven that area at midnight or around that area, you would know exactly what I meant. And people want to sleep. People do not need hordes of people running up and down streets and destroying property, throwing cans, screaming, yelling. It happens all the time. I live here, I know. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm talking about saturation and oversaturation. Thank you.
Also, Madam Chair, if I can be recognized, to be specific,
Yeah, I had my hand up for quite some time and everyone has spoke past me. Hi, this is Julia.
I don't see your hand.
Go ahead, Julia.
It's been
no problem.
waving. I don't have the little symbol, so I didn't put it up.
You have to go to where participants is, and there's a little hand up there. You have to open up the participants panel, and the little hand is to your right.
Okay, I don't see him, but I know what you're talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
I see everybody's name, but not the symbol.
The symbol is below.
Found it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Hi, Julia. Phew. I had one question because I missed it. Everyone is speaking like really low and I can't hear you. Your operation of hours on Saturday and Sunday, I did not hear that. Tell me those.
Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. until 2 a.m.
The 2 a.m.
Correct.
My other question was, you have this, I've been to one of these venues out in Red Hook, and they do make appointments and pretty quiet. My question is, when you have these bookings and you're saying you're at an adult venue, will it be also children friendly at some point of the day? Because when I went to the one I went to was my great nephew's birthday party, and he was 5.
No, this is an over 21 venue. We
Okay.
don't believe that we do about a large portion of our business is corporate pre-booked events. And so it's a very uncomfortable licensing mix, which we don't believe in if you put children in alongside people drinking alcohol. And so we,
Well, at that time of the day, they didn't serve alcohol. It was in the afternoon.
yeah, we're an over 21 venue.
Okay. And 2 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday? Those were the hours?
10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Saturday and Sunday.
Okay,
Madam
thank
Chair-
you.
Oh
Thank you,
yeah, I'm
Madam
hoping
Chair.
that's a mistake and it's Friday and Saturday, but we'll see.
Madam
say,
Chair,
Tom?
Madam Chair, this is Maria Vieira. I'd like to be recognized after there was someone whose hand was up.
I don't see hands up.
I tried to
Someone-
speak before. I couldn't
Oh,
find my hand.
Sante, I'd like to speak after.
It's in the participants list. Look at the bottom petition. You got a little hand, you got something that looks like a little horn. You click on the raise hand.
Mine is
Yes.
not working.
Mine is not working either, Madam Chair. That's why I didn't want to interrupt. But very fast, to interject fast to a statement was made that is true. There is a lot of commercial activity, and I believe this is a peculiarity of our commercial overlay, but there is also hundreds of residential units. I can mention some, actually. I know very well the area. I couldn't picture exactly. So I'm going back to the map there where I ran my zip car, 34 Berry Street. Just the rear of that building has hundreds of units. They overlook through their garage. There is a ramp going down. It's literally there. And there's so many other residential units all around, which have windows in different floor, different heights. So just to confirm what Mary was mentioning, there is residential units all around there. Yes, and there is the hotel, and there is the Brooklyn Brewery, and definitely there is a general issue of oversaturation of entertainment venue, bar, and restaurant. So residential units are there, and there are hundreds of residential units there. Thank you.
Maria Vieira.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Jeremy. Jeremy, you mentioned that you're operating on a staggered schedule. You'll never see more than 20 people at a time. However, the venue has a capacity of up to 350 people. So what was the intention of opening a venue that has a 350 person capacity if you're operating on a staggered schedule with only 20 people per time?
My response wasn't you're going to have 20 people per time. I'm saying that there's no more than 20 people coming in and out of the space at any one time. So a lot of the issues related to these large capacity venues are because everyone arrives and disperses at the same time. So this is that is a very different dynamic of our business, because we tee people off every 5 minutes like a golf course in groups of 4. So it means by the natural flow through the venue, by the time people eat, drink, play golf, everyone is leaving very gradually, typically in groups of 20, dispersed through the entire day. But the occupancy is much larger than that within the building.
That concludes your question, Maria?
Yes, thank you for the explanation, but if I may add, my concern is the same as Mario Domeric. This is oversaturation. We're talking about a 700 person venue on North 15th and Franklin, a 350 on North 12th, and Barry, and I understand that, you know, it's not necessarily next to each other, but the areas are close enough and so many other things that are actually happening that I'm very concerned about what this community is going to look like. I'm concerned about what it looks like now, much more about what it's going to look, how it's going to look in a year, 2 years, where it's just overflowing, and I don't know at what point it's going to cease. That is all from me.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Are there any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. I raised my hand.
I can't see you. Go ahead.
So my question is like the same one that Maria just asked you, but I want to be more specific. Why are you renting a bigger space, like the one that you're renting, if you're not gonna use the whole space? Why are you paying so much rent, which I assume for a space that you're only going to use, or people are only going to be 20 people at the same time? It doesn't make any sense. So something doesn't match.
No, I'm talking about the ingress and egress. We 100% will use the entire space, and it's the occupancy as per the application, as Donald explained. But the different dynamic of this is that we don't have, unlike a large bar or nightclub, we don't have all these people turning up at one time and crucially leaving at the same time late at night, causing issues. So it's not that the occupancy is not used. The occupancy is used, but you don't have the same inflow and outflow of people all at the same time. Does that make sense?
Honestly, no, but that's your answer. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
I have a question.
Okay, Crystal?
Yes. How many jobs would this venue create, and what's going to be the average salary of the person working there? And are you going to give people from the community an opportunity to work there?
Typically, we create 150 jobs per venue. Typically, people will be earning roughly $30 an hour, and we will absolutely be engaging with the community to drive applications and create employment.
Thank you.
Hopefully you've done outreach before the next meeting. Madam Chair, before you come to the committee, you better have outreach to places like the various jobs programs in the neighborhood, St. Nick's. Crystal, if you have some organizations that you could recommend for them to reach out to before they come to the committee to say that they've met with those groups about employing people or training people. I know there's a lot of job training programs in the food service business that they could connect to. So
Even just going to the buildings in the neighborhoods, there's a lot of large developments in the neighborhoods, and distributing flyers, maybe some sort of like open house event for the community so people can attend and like get information and apply. Just some sort of outreach on a larger scale so that people from this community could benefit in some way, shape, or form.
well, I would think like places like El Puente and Las Suras and St. Nick's would, be a little bit more focused. We don't encourage Craigslist hiring.
Can you see my arm?
Go ahead, Maria.
I'm just curious, going there, how much does it cost to do the golf and whatever? What is that all about?
Roughly $20 for a round of golf.
Okay. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? No other questions? Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilman, Rush, you ready to speak now? Councilman? Lincoln, are you there? Okay, moving on. We have the elections at 8 o'clock. Liquor license. Do we have any speakers on liquor license? You have anything you want to add to your liquor license list?
I was just looking at it quickly. Number 16 is going to be on our report today, so that's off the list. And I'm going to have to try and find out if anybody has information about this thing called Palm Sunrise on Scott Avenue, which is saying an event space. I have no idea what the size of that is, so that may be one of those I'm going to have come back and make a presentation. But please go through the list on the renewals, people, and if you know any problem locations or wonderful locations or whatever, let us know so we can address any concerns that there are. So that's it with that list. I don't know if there's people speaking on items on our report later and when that would be. I guess that's at another point.
We have speakers for liquor license, Joanna.
Yes.
Alderman
Andrea Fred.
I just wanted to apologize. I was on the subway, but I'm here if I'm able to say hello for a second. Madam Chair, do you mind if I?
That person is not on, Joanna?
No.
Okay, go ahead, Lincoln.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for squeezing me in. I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
So I just wanted to thank everyone at Community Board 1 for your service and congratulate the new appointees. It looks like we have some really meaningful turnover, and a lot of people who have contributed years of expertise and service to our community have stepped down. And so there's big shoes to fill for the new representatives. I'm really excited about the folks that our office were able to appoint, and I want to congratulate you all. And for sure, me and my team are here as a resource to all the members of CB1 if we can be of assistance in any way, and of course to the community as a whole. Just a few quick updates. One, we introduced a really exciting package of bills this past week to try to rein in placard abuse. And we have tens of thousands of city, state, and federal workers and contractors each and every day that are driving their personal vehicles and parking them wherever they want because they put a placard or a parking vest or something in the dashboard. It's petty corruption. We can stop it. Our package of bills does just that. So we're really excited to be pushing those forward. Wanted to also mention, we wrote a letter to Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer about a week or two ago with council members Alexa Aviles from Sunset Park, Jen Gutierrez, the borough president Antonio Reynoso, Community Board 6 and 7. I know that CB1 has a thorough and rigorous process before signing on to letters, but the purpose of the letter was around the topics of your previous presentations. It's really about revisiting our protections for IBZs, ensuring that we are more robustly and rigorously protecting our industrial spaces and modernizing M zones appropriately. So the mayor indicated he's going to be creating an industrial working group. It's time for him to convene that working group and get to work because we have a lot to do. And we have in the past number of years, there's a North Brooklyn Industrial and Innovation Plan that had been considered to kind of update and modernize and protect our IBZs in Eastern Greenpoint and East Williamsburg into Bushwick. And I think it's time for us to revisit that again in partnership with Councilmember Gutierrez and the borough president. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention we've made some progress on land use items that have come through CB1. These were all items that certified for application during Councilmember Levin's term. So unfortunately, me and my team didn't have as much of an opportunity to shape them in a constructive way as we would have hoped. But I did want to just share back with you some reporting, some updates, so you know what's happened to the things that have crossed your desks as they came to mine. Firstly was 103 Lee in South Williamsburg. We did remove the site across the street at 100 Lee from the rezoning so that we would avoid displacing about a dozen small businesses there. That site, when it was proposed to CB1, was all 1 and 2 bedrooms. We were able to get the developer to include 6 3-bedrooms in the final plan out of the few dozen units that are being constructed there. So to better meet the family sizes and the needs of the community in South Williamsburg. We were also able to make some progress on the Broadway Triangle. We disposed of a piece of city property so that St. Nick's and Los Sures and UJO and Riseboro together, the diversity of our community will be able to move forward on the construction of 100% affordable housing over at the Broadway Triangle. We're really excited about that. And then thirdly, over at 840 Lorimer at the corner of Lorimer and Driggs in Greenpoint. We were able to meet the community board's demands and secure 35% of the housing there as affordable. Not the deepest AMI, but we got them to 80% AMI on that project. And we were also able to get the developer to commit to up to $1 million for a brand new state-of-the-art dog run at McCarran Park. So we'll be releasing more information on that soon. But we're going to finally have a dog run that the residents of Greenpoint and the North Side deserve at McCarran, thanks to this development. So we want to, none of these were perfect projects, but we were able to negotiate terms that I think will yield tangible benefits to the community. And I really want to thank the CB1 Land Use Committee and the whole team at CB1 for helping us set the framework for good deals on those projects. So I know you got a lot on your agenda, so I just wanted to share all that briefly, and thank you as always for the opportunity to say hello.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gross.
103.
Thank you, Mr. Gross.
Okay, call the rest of call the speakers, Joanna, please.
Yes. The next speaker is Iona. Hello, Iona, you're unmuted.
Hello? Yes, hi. I'm talking about the liquor store on the liquor license for the establishment on 126A Nassau Avenue. I did not have a chance to speak when you guys talked about accepting that license, but I'm really concerned that, there is that many bars around right across on McGuinness Boulevard. We're really concerned about the noise at night, especially on the weekend. And as well as, we know that sometimes when when you go to the bar and you watch if there's any games, people scream, and we've had that experience at a different location on Manhattan Avenue where there were soccer games and people were screaming well into the early hours in the morning. And so we are, McGuinness Boulevard is a very, very nosy street. So we are worried that this is gonna just add to the noise pollution. And so we are very much against that establishment. That's it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Tavis Bulky. Tavis Bulky. They're not answering the call. That is it for the speakers for the liquor license.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our public session. We'll move right into our board meeting. Can we have a moment of silence, please? Thank you. Can I have the roll call, please, Jerry?
Gina Argento,
Here.
Bogdan Bakarowski,
Here.
Lisa Bamonte, Gina Barrows,
Here.
Eric Brusadas, Tom Burrows,
Oh, yeah, here. Sorry.
Iris Cabrera,
Here.
Phil Caponegro,
Here.
Frank Carbone, Stephen Chesler,
Yeah.
Michael Chiricella, Teresa Cinciata, Stephanie Cuevas, Ronald Daly, Giovanni D'Amato,
Here.
Erin Drinkwater, Arthur Dibinowski,
Here.
Lloyd Feng,
Here.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Here.
Chairperson Fuller,
Yeah.
Crystal Garcia,
Here.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross, David Heimlich, Sabrina Help, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Here.
Sonia Iglesia, Moisha Indig, Robert Jeffrey,
Sorry, Jerry. Sonia's here. I'm having trouble.
Moisha Indig, Robert Jeffrey, Rosanna Kaminsky,
Here.
thank you, Corey Canton,
Here.
Paul Kelterborn,
Here.
William Klagsbald,
Here.
Yoel Landau, Marie Leanza,
Here.
Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever, Adam Myers,
Here.
Sante Michelli,
Here.
Toby Moskowitz, Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves, Mario Domerick, Janice Peterson,
I'm here.
Bella Sable,
I'm here too. Here. I'm here. Jen.
Isaac Sofer, Del Teague, William Vega,
Here. Vega's here.
Maria Vieta,
Present.
Simon Weiser.
Here.
Members answering the call.
Thank you, Jared. Can I have an approval
Chair.
of the agenda? Pardon me?
Chair, I wanted to say something important.
Yes, Simon.
Something doesn't sound right. Many board members were taken off the list here as members because they didn't get their renewal notices or they didn't know about it. I mean, specifically, I would like to mention like Steve Weiberg. He was not reappointed. He didn't get a reappointment letter, like a reminder that was said was supposed to be getting. And some things don't make sense here. Some very active board members were removed, and they didn't know that's coming. You know, I think we have to find out why this thing occurred. Something doesn't sound right.
Thank you, Simon. Can I have approval of the agenda?
Make a motion to approve Julia Foster.
Vega seconds.
Who made the motion to approve?
Mr. Gross.
Gross and Vega. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried. Now approval of the minutes?
Madam Chair, I have a question about quorum.
Yes.
It appears, because we're on this, Hollywood Squares way of doing meetings, and like was just mentioned, there's a number of new board members and a lot of missing board members, and I don't recall ever receiving a list as of April 1st of what our board is, who is on our board, and are they sworn in?
We haven't been swearing them in since we've been on virtual.
Yeah, but if we have a lot of new members and they're voting, have they been sworn in to uphold all the things they're supposed to uphold? I don't know I don't know how many new board members there are. I don't know what old board members left. We're looking at little squares and we're doing serious business, and it'd be nice if the new people were sworn in and we had a list of who we're voting with. I have absolutely no idea who's on the board anymore.
We're going by the list that Borough Hall sent us. This is the list that Borough Hall sent us. Jerry's calling all the names.
Yeah, but we didn't get it. We're members on the board. We're voting, and a quorum requires members that are recognized. In the past, we've sworn people in before they vote. Now we're just having names coming from Borough Hall, and they're voting without any kind of acknowledgement that any of us even know that they're new. It's just like we're hearing new names, and we're all voting. And I have no idea what's going on here. And I would challenge the quorum.
Well, Jerry called a roll according to the quorum. We have a roll
I don't
call.
think those members are sworn in. I don't think they're real members until they raise their hand and swear themselves in.
They don't have to be sworn in by us, Tom. They're appointed by the borough president.
And that's it?
They're appointed by the borough president.
And there's like no,
The
they just show
application
up and vote?
process is conducted by Borough Hall. The borough president makes the appointments at the recommendation of a percentage of the board by the individual council people. And we receive a list, period.
And then why did we have to stand in front of the room and swear in then? What was the point?
I think Tom has a very important point. We have to act on this.
I'd like to have like the law department tell us, like, you know, everybody else who's representing the city of New York has to swear in. I don't get how a community board member just gets put on a list and shows up. We, when we had live meetings, had to stand in front of the room and swear in. Swear to the Constitution of the City of New York, the Charter of the City of New York, the Constitution of the State of New York. And now it's just put names on a list and send them to us.
And adding to Tom's point, this is Jan, Madam Chair, is that first of all, it's really impolite for us to be sitting in a room and not know who's been new, who's come in, welcome people. I mean, we need to have decent protocols for how we operate. And I know you're not meaning anything, Jerry or DeEllis, but I think that all this requires us to at least mention to Borough Hall and to our having, what is our protocol for welcoming a new person?
May I speak? This is William Vega. This is be my second term. So the first term I was sworn in by a Zoom meeting, and then on the 23rd I go to Borough Hall to be sworn in for my second term. So I know some new members haven't been sworn in yet. So this is an issue that needs clarification.
We haven't sworn in members since we've been going virtual.
No, the Borough Hall did this.
Borough Hall swears in.
Yeah.
You know, we did it at Borough at our meetings as a formality. So I don't know if we're
But I
required
think
to
we
do it
can have our
virtually.
own rules, DeEllis, about
Huh?
welcoming new people to the board so that everybody in the room that's on this board knows who's there and who's new. Who are they? We don't even know who they are. You know, we have to have bios on people. I mean, this is getting I can't blame all Borough Hall. It's how we want to conduct our business. You know, they're not going to say we can't be nice to people and welcome them and know who they are.
Well, I was gonna welcome them once I get the agenda and everything cleared out.
So you're
Chair, one other
agreeing
thing,
that
can
this
we
is
ask
not a good.
whoever's new, I'd like to see their faces. I don't know who's behind those names.
But they don't know you guys, just like you don't know them.
Right.
I'm
So
showing my face. I'm showing my face. I'm
look
Julie
at that
Foster.
beautiful face, Julia Foster's face.
Hello.
At the very least, can we get a fresh, current member list distributed to all the members?
And who appointed them for how long? And we have our own protocol to welcome people and introduce ourselves. And maybe at the next meeting, if you don't want to do it at this meeting, but people on the board are raising serious questions about, do we have a quorum or anything else? And you didn't cause this, Jerry. So we're looking at how do we let Borough Hall know that we need to know who's coming and who they are.
Also, Jan, if I can say something else, because I heard from the office that, to be honest, the office wasn't aware who was appointed and who was reappointed. I believe me and probably many other people that were reappointed, we received an email, which was an individual email. But I remember my first appointment, there was a list. We knew all the people. I'm assuming the office this time didn't receive the list. Probably happened time by time, but it's not up to me. But I know I was aware that the office had the same question, that they weren't aware that I was appointed. They weren't aware that William, I remember, was appointed. We were aware. I didn't know that William was appointed. I knew I was only reappointed. And I believe that, this, to confirm, is definitely
People were appointed before we got the list.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
That's right.
And
If
and one concern still that I have, I believe we have 50 members, and tonight, we are still 30. So we continue to have a problem of attendance. that we have not resolved. And I saw there were new name that didn't even answer the roll call. So the attendance remain an issue. That's all.
Somebody else was trying to say something?
It was me, madam. I also never received any letter that said that I was continued to be part of the board. I just come to the meeting.
Me too.
So I don't.
I had to call. I
Were
had to
you
call
up for
Borough Hall, say
reelection?
what's going on.
I didn't receive
Were you
one
up for
either.
reelection, Iris?
I did the paperwork, but I never received a confirmation that said that we continue to be part of the board.
Well,
Right.
you're
just
on the
keep
list.
meeting.
That's why you're on our list. That's why you're being called.
Okay.
I didn't receive a letter either, and my application is in, but my name is called, so I would imagine I'm on
Same
the
here.
list.
All the names we call are the people on the list that's on the board.
Okay,
Thank
but
you.
can we take the points that people have brought forth, Dallas, and put that in a letter to Borough Hall and just say that we're expressing concerns about the protocol of how we're doing it? If we're trying to strengthen community boards, which is my understanding is the whole new thing, right? That we want, once again, we're going to strengthen. We have to have procedures that people are welcomed. We know who they are, where they come from, how they got there, and a little bit more. I know this is a new Borough Hall, so they can make some mistakes right now. That's all right, but let's at least tell them what these points are. We have them in the minutes right now, and send off a letter. I think I don't know if Lacey Tauber is the one that's handling that. Could be. It's all people we know. These are not some strangers down at Borough Hall. This is our own community leaders. I mean, Antonio, we worked with for years. So let's say how we are responding to what's happening, and not just to be critical, but to state this is how it's happening. And we think it's really important because he had a lot of thoughts about how people should be appointed and what they should do. So I'm sure he would like the feedback.
Okay, Jan, I need a motion to send a letter.
I make a motion that we send a letter taking the key points that the last
I
7 or
second
8
that.
people,
Let her finish a motion, please.
that we take the points that I don't want to have to remember them all. I'm not Steve. He's good at that. Steve, if you got them all, do it. But the points that people have been raising were reasonable points about the protocol for new people coming on and people leaving. Because I hate it just as much that somebody that did work for many years is leaving and we don't even say goodbye. I mean, we want to have a more cordial protocol for treating people that come on volunteering in a certain way. I think I'd like that to be the tone of the letter.
And may I add, we need clarification because there are new members haven't been sworn in. So if they haven't been sworn in, can they vote? You know.
Let's put that in. That's all the points we've been raising. Right, William.
Can I say something to Deltiga? I'm not clear on what this letter is really going to say. What is this? Isn't it up to us to have a protocol? I mean, are you asking the borough president to dictate a protocol to us as for welcoming new people? I don't
I think
understand.
we're talking
There
about
must be legal requirements for the members of a community board so that they are acknowledging that they're in service to the city and state of New York that we're not aware of. I mean, when we came in live to the board, we stood up in front of the room and swore into the charter, the constitution, whatever. We don't, I mean, what does the law department want? They're always telling us how we can't get people off the board. How do they want people to come on the board?
I understand wanting to know whether they have to be sworn in and what the legal questions are, but in terms of some kind of a welcoming protocol, I don't know. What are you asking for the? I guess I don't understand what you want in this letter.
No,
We'd like to know who's on the board with us, like where, who they are. That's all.
And I just added another point, which may not be to the borough president, that can go to our bylaw or whatever committee we have, that we need a new protocol ourselves. So we need 2 protocols, our own protocol of how we're welcoming and saying goodbye to people that work with us, volunteer time, and we need a letter to the borough president about what we expect from the borough president on the points that Tom raised and other people raised that are appropriate to them.
Well, I think also
I
what's
can't vote. I
legally,
can't vote.
what's legally
vote
required.
for motion unless I know exactly what's on the letter. I'm not. It's not clear to me what the points are that you want
Okay.
our chair to put in a letter. I do understand that we want to know legally what someone has to do to be able to vote. Does the person have to be sworn in? Is that not a real requirement? Was that just something we did informally? That I can understand, but in terms of, and yes, I understand we want to know who's on the board. We do know who's on the board now because Jerry called the roll call. Are you saying that you want the borough president to send us a listing of everybody who's been appointed? I'm not sure what
I just sent the list to each member's individual email.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you. But in terms of protocol and bios and stuff, I don't know.
We don't have bios.
I know that, and I don't know that, this is something we want to ask the borough president for.
We're not asking the borough president that, Del. I don't know why you're
Well,
jumping.
because it's unclear to me. These are the things
I-
we've been bringing up. I don't know what you want in the letter.
I just said I didn't want that in. I wanted the points appropriate to the borough president in the letter. And then we can have people that would like to have a more welcoming board. I will write my own recommendations to the bylaw committee, but it's not a bylaw. I don't know where to take it, Del. The fact that we need to treat people coming in and going out differently than we are doing. You
I could jump in. My name is Corey Canton. I'm a new board member. This has been fun to listen to.
Welcome, Corey.
But hello. So
Corey.
just, I did get an email, and I am not yet sworn in, so you guys can, I can vote or not. I'm happy to be here. I think as a new board member, it would be great, in lieu of obviously in-person meetings to, have an email that went out that said, here are the other board members. I agree with you. It would be nice that, we were able to be made acquaintances. I imagine that in this new age, these things will get figured out and that these recommendations can be made to Antonio. In the meantime, I'm happy to be here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you, Corey. So, Jan, you have all your points. Do everybody understand Jan's points that she wanted in this letter?
Obviously, they
No.
don't. I just said the key points to the borough president
That's one.
was in a letter.
No,
And those
this is
people that
Simon.
would
I'm
like
not-
a different protocol. I will submit my thoughts to the bylaw committee and Julia can decide if they fit there or not. But we need our own protocol. I agree with Dell on that. But that does not change the fact that we need to know those points that we just said about new people coming on, who they are, their terms of office, the making their pledge, who can vote when, that goes to the borough president to re-clarify how people are being appointed and what they have to do to vote.
Madam Chair.
According to the
I
borough
think Simon
president's
was trying to
office.
say something.
I'm sorry.
Simon was trying to say something.
Sorry, Sonia. I'm trying, yeah. Hello?
Simon, were you trying to say something?
I'm sorry, Sonia.
Who has the floor? Who has the floor?
Well, Simon was talking over, talking over Jan.
Yeah.
So I finally was able to raise my hand.
I couldn't raise mine. I'm trying to talk for the past 5 minutes.
It's on
Sonia,
there. I see hands
Sonia,
up.
you
I
could
see,
take my
you know.
place. When
But
if-
mine's don't go up.
Wait a
Madam
minute.
Chair.
Hold on. Go ahead, Simon.
Okay, I hear what, just to very clarify, I hear what Del is saying, and I don't think this makes sense what we want to do here. The list is there, Jerry just sent to everybody knows the term, and all the background checks, personal information, nobody has to know anything. We're all welcome to all these new board members are welcome, like we were welcome when we joined. It doesn't make sense what we're trying to do here. We're going to people's personal lives. I don't understand what's going on here. We should just it's going well till now, and it should carry on the same way. There's no need for all these kind of letters and legislations and all kind of. It doesn't make sense what we're doing here. I don't understand this.
Okay,
Thank you, Del.
Simon. Okay, Maria. No, Sonia. I'm sorry. And then Maria.
I was trying to make a point on the bylaws. It doesn't indicate that they have to be sworn in. They just have to get notification and given the bylaws, given, the information about the meetings and the scheduling. But in no way does it say anything about they being sworn in to vote. Just that when they come into the board, they're given this information. I don't know if they received it. Copy of the
Got it on the
bylaws.
package. Everybody's gotten the
You
package.
got the package, but it doesn't say anything in the bylaws about they being sworn in to be eligible to vote. They've already been appointed, so I don't think that that should be an issue tonight.
Maria?
So now I'm sorry. I'm gonna go back to what Tom originally said. Then why even, if that's the case, then why have people sworn in as we were in the past? Number one. Number two, I mean, what precludes us from doing a virtual swearing in? We've been doing, there's been some serious business taking place at this board for the last 2 years virtually. So what is the difference now?
I'd like to speak. My name is Crystal Garcia. I'm also a new board member, and I received an email with the bylaws and the meeting information. I also received an email from Borough Hall asking me to RSVP for one of 2 dates for a swearing-in ceremony at the Brooklyn Borough Hall. That's either taking place on June 23rd or July 16th. So the new board members will be sworn in. I don't make the rules. I'm happy to be here and be a part of the community board. It is my first meeting. It's been very interesting. And I look forward to working with you all so we could try to make some improvements in our community. And I'm born and raised in Brooklyn. I lived in Williamsburg, Bushwick my entire life. I still live here. I live in the North Side. I have a 19-year-old and I work for a labor union. So that's a little bit about me.
Thank you, Crystal. Welcome to the board.
Welcome to the board.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Is there any other, since we're doing this, is any other new board members like to introduce themselves?
I know that, well, I'm Lloyd. I'm going to be really quick because I see David Heimlich has had his hand raised for a while, but I'll be very fast. I'm also a new appointee via the Borough President's office. Thank you, Crystal, for mentioning the email you got about the swearing in. I must have missed it over email. I've been living, I'm Lloyd. I've born and raised New Yorker. I grew up in Washington Heights, and I moved to Williamsburg last year. And so, I re-upped our lease. I work for an Asian American advocacy organization called the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families based in FIDI. And yeah, so I'm going to pass it over to David since I've been seeing his hand raised.
I don't see David's hand.
Oh, no, like physically on the.
Well, I don't see it on the board. Adam Myers.
Hi, everybody. My name is Adam Myers. I'm also a new board member. I am director of litigation at a legal services organization called Communities Resist, both there and for several years before that at Brooklyn Legal Services Corporation A. I've been working with tenants and tenant associations in Williamsburg and Greenpoint, and it's really an honor to join you guys on CB1. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Adam. Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome. Nice to see you on the board, Adam.
Okay. Is there any other, Robert Jeffries?
David's been trying to speak.
Okay, David. David? Where's David?
His audio doesn't appear to be working.
I'll say for all the rest of us, welcome, David.
Could I introduce myself also? This is Paul Kelterborn. Hi, everyone. I'm happy to join the board. My name is Paul Kelterborn. I'm a new member. I've been on the Transportation Committee as a public member for the past year, and I'm also one of the founders of Friends of Cooper Park, and looking forward to working with you all.
Thank you, Paul. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome, Paul. You did look familiar.
Is Is there any other new board members here that want to introduce themselves? We have Sabrina Hilpert, Stephanie Wavis. None of the other ones are here. Williams Clasbold.
Yes, this is William Clarksville. It's my second go around. I've been on the board for a few years. Just kicked off the board. Well, I guess I wasn't renewed in 2009, 2020. Now I'm back on.
Okay, welcome.
Welcome back.
Okay, thank you.
Any other new board members? Okay,
We also pay attention to Dallas, because first of all, I just want to say as a personal privilege, I don't know what I was being accused of. I wasn't going for people's personal information. I said a bio, like people are doing now. Who are people? Not who are they, because we want to check them out. We want to get to know each other. This is very nice to do what we just did, to hear who the people are. But I'm also concerned when I look at the list and I see that there's no Marty Needleman after 30 or 40 years being on the community board. And we didn't even say goodbye. I mean, this is something that I'm talking about, Del. Just that we have better ways to talk to people, that's all.
okay, Jan, you want to go on your go ahead with your motion? We get a second and then we take a vote. Is there a second on Jan's vote to write a letter?
Second, William Vega.
Okay, roll call vote, please, Jerry.
Can someone repeat the motion, please?
Jan. Jan, repeat the motion. Jan, wakey, wakey.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I made a motion, if I'm not jumped on again, to send a letter to the borough president office to clarify the issues around people being appointed to the board. And we particularly
You're muted, Jan.
I keep turning it on and somebody's turning it off. So we wanted to deal with the fact that do people have to, like, for example, the people said they are going down to Borough Hall to sign in, but we don't know who goes down for those things. We don't know, are we having people being appointed, being brought up before the community board to make their pledge to the state and city of New York to be on this community board? Or is that being dropped? Is that just something that will happen at Borough Hall? We want to clarify the protocol of how people are appointed to the board and how we know about it. I guess that's as far as we are agreeing at this point.
Okay, roll call vote, please, Jerry.
It's not a very exciting protocol anymore.
Gina Argento,
I abstain.
Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte, Gina Barros,
Yes.
Eric Brazetis,
Abstain.
Thomas Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone, Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chiricella, Teresa Cinciata, Stephanie Cuevas, Ronan Daly, Giovanni D'Amato,
Abstain.
Aaron Drinkwater, Arthur Dibinowski, Lloyd Feng,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Crystal Garcia,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein, Joel Gross,
Abstain.
David Heimlich, David, I know you're having audio problems. You could give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down or a lateral for a neutral. Thumbs up is a yes. Thank you, sir. Sabrina Help. Denny Horowitz.
No.
Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Moisha Indig. Robert Jeffrey. Rosetta Kaminsky.
Abstain?
Corey Canton.
Abstain.
Paul Kelterborn.
Abstain.
William Klagsbold.
No.
Yoel Landau. Marie Leanza.
Yes.
Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever. Adam Myers.
Yes.
Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz. Rabbi Niederman. Karen Nieves. Mario Domerick.
Yes.
Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Bella Sable.
Not working, I know you're.
Yes.
Isaac Sofer. Del Teague.
Abstain.
William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Vieta.
Abstain.
Simon Weiser.
No.
I'm Bakharovsky. I don't know if you hear me. Yes.
So noted, Mr. Buckrow.
Frank Carbone, yes. Frank Carbone, yes.
You heard your Frank.
Thank you. Sorry.
So Arthur Debanovsky, yes, I'm sorry.
Flowers everywhere.
Twenty yes, 3 no, 9 abstention. Motion carries.
Thank you, Jerry. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I make the motion, we approve the minutes, Julia Foster.
I second.
Julia and Gross, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Abstentions? Motion carried. Okay, once again, welcome to all the board, new board members, and we look forward to working with each and every one of you. Now, we will have the public session. Joanna, can you call the names? And we have a long list of people that want to speak under the public session. Therefore, tonight, you will only get 1 minute to speak.
First speaker is Nick Pilato. Nick Pilato. Then answering the call. The next one is Michael Carden. Michael Carden is not answering the call. The following speaker is Michael Deveris. Michael?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I'm having a technical issue. Is there any way someone else can go and I can go in 5 minutes?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, hello. I'd like to thank everyone for your time. As a member of Manhattan Community Board 6, I know how long these meetings can sometimes be, so I'll try to make it short. As a union representative who represents thousands of theatrical truck drivers, location department workers, and casting directors, I know how hard it can be for different groups of people to sometimes agree on a solution. In my experience, one of the biggest assets in making a decision is to have all sides voice their suggestions and concerns, and that is what I'm here this evening, to voice my concerns with the proposed Monitor Street bike lane. For the last 17 years, I have lived in New York City. During those 17 years, I've worked for Theatrical Teamsters Local 817, where I've driven tractor trailers, box trucks, vans, SUVs, and cars all over the 5 boroughs. At home in the East Village, my preferred methods of transportation are walking, taking the subway, or riding my bicycle. In 2008, while traveling south down 2nd Avenue, I was cut off by a taxi, causing me to flip over my bike, breaking my elbow. The scar from my surgery reminds me every day how important it is to have protected bike lanes. Protected bike lanes protect not only the cyclist, but the motorized vehicle driver as well. I do not know one person, especially those I represent, who wants to be responsible for hurting or killing someone while driving, whether it's their fault or not. A protected bike lane on the right street could be the best tool to protect the driver and the cyclist, and in my opinion, Monitor Street is not the best street. One of the biggest problems I see is that there are 17 businesses on this street with active driveways. It would be almost impossible to have protected bike lanes with larger vehicles pulling in and out of those driveways, conducting their business. There are also larger parking lots where cars are constantly pulling in and out all day as well. There are other streets in this neighborhood, such as Humboldt Street, that have significantly less businesses and truck traffic that may be better option for this bike lane. My experience with this bike lane, as well as McGinnis Boulevard bike lane, has made me realize that the businesses who would most be affected are usually the last people to know, often finding out without being able to voice their concerns. With McGinnis Boulevard being a truck route, I would have thought the DOT would have brought Teamsters Joint Council 16, which represents over 120,000 workers, mostly
Summarize.
drivers. Hello?
Please summarize. You only have 1 minute.
Okay. 1 minute left or just 1 minute, that's it?
1 minute total.
Okay, I'll wrap it up, all right?
Yes.
Unfortunately, they did not, and I also walked McGinnis Boulevard speaking with most small businesses owners and found that they had no clue of the DOT's possible plans for McGinnis Boulevard. I was very appreciative to Councilman Ressler and his staff for setting up a Zoom with some of these business owners and the DOT when I brought it to his attention. If one of my members who resides in the neighborhood wouldn't have told me, no one would have known. In closing, I would love to see more outreach to the residents and businesses that would most be affected by this and other bike lanes in the area. If there is a community hearing, flyers should be posted and handed out on the post streets to residences and businesses weeks in advance to those who would affect most. So those who are affected most can have a voice. Thank you again for your time.
You're welcome. Remember, everyone, you got 1 minute.
The next speaker is Sol Kayak. Sol Kayak. They're not answering the call. The following speaker is Robert Knapp.
Go ahead.
Robert, you're muted.
Yes, I'm on now. Thank you. Good evening and thank you for your time. My name is Bob Knapp and I'm a member of Monitor Street Block Association between Norman and Nassau Avenues. I'm speaking to you tonight on 3 issues which are connected. How much can our Greenpoint residents handle? With the few short minutes allotted, I would like to address the Transportation Committee. First, I would briefly like to mention the fact that there have been 20 film shoots from February 11th to May 16th on all the same blocks: Nassau, Norman, Driggs Avenues, Monitor, North Henry, Russell, and Humboldt Streets. Days and weeks on end at the same blocks at the same time. Unless you live in the area or witness it firsthand, you can't imagine the hardships and parking issues it causes. Secondly, I'd like to address the no-through truck traffic and newly proposed bike lane for Monitor Street. What are people thinking? Over 35 years ago, Mr. Joe Lento at our side, we successfully fought for Monitor Street to be a no-through truck traffic block from Norman Avenue to Driggs Avenue. 2 signs are installed on each intersection and obeyed. Presently, with the traffic on the Kosciuszko Bridge and the BQE, through GPS technology, truck drivers and passenger vehicles learn the shortcut. They get off the BQE, come Greenpoint Avenue and go left onto Monitor Street, down to Meeker and back on the BQE. Trucks are not obeying the sign. I say sign because there is no one through truck traffic sign in each intersection. The other signs mysteriously disappeared for 2 years. I've been fighting with DOT to replace the signs. You know that DOT finally admitted that they implemented a new policy, a sign reduction program? The reasoning is that if there are too many signs in one area, they are not obeyed. So they themselves cut and removed one sign from each intersection. Can you imagine that? So now we only have one sign on the easterly corner of each intersection. For 2 years, I've been sending pictures to the politicians showing the trucks barreling down Monitor Street. The no through truck traffic blocked, especially with our PS 110 children crossing the intersection.
Please summarize.
Still no action has been taken. Lastly, the problem goes hand in hand with the newly proposed bike lane for Monitor Street. A few years ago, Monitor Street was a nice quiet block. Now it's a throughway for trucks and speeders. Try crossing in the AM or PM rush hours. With all this activity on Monitor Street, especially from Greenpoint to Meeker Avenue, it is suicidal to consider installing a bike lane in this area. In closing, please do not take my word for it. Physically visit our blocks and see for yourself. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Next speaker is Kathy Price. Kathy, you're unmuted.
Kathy, are you there?
I no longer see her. The next speaker is Randy Pierce.
Hello?
Randy?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, Randy Pierce, President of the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. It's good to be with you here tonight. I was Community Board Chair for 7 years, Community Board 7. I respect and appreciate your hard work and your volunteerism. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the bike lane as well. Look, Lincoln said something interesting about protecting our industrial business zones, right? So if we're going to protect our industrial business zones long term, because we believe in the jobs and the opportunities that it creates for our residents, then it has to extend to DOT as well. And, I always thought DOT should have a Hippocratic oath of their own. First, do no harm. But clearly, this is not the right place to have a bike lane, not with 17 businesses, not with, businesses that have been so good to the community like Broadway Stages and give back to the community that have sort of active shoots. These are the things that make your community special. These are the things that contribute to the economy of the borough. And I think we're not against bike lanes. So I don't want you all to think we're against bike lanes, but we have to be reasonable about where they're placed. We have to make them safe for the bicyclists as well as everyone else that uses the thoroughfare. And most importantly, if we truly do care about the businesses and the jobs that that are created in our neighborhoods, in our communities, then we have to protect our industrial business zones. So, listen, on behalf of the 62,000 businesses in Brooklyn, we are coming out really to say to all of you, to encourage DOT to reconsider, where this bike lane is being placed and really support the character of the industrial character of the community. So thanks so much. Appreciate your time. It's good to see everybody. And I hope you're all well.
You're welcome.
The next speaker is Tony Argento. Tony Argento. They're not answering the call. The next speaker is Monica Holowitz.
Hello?
Monica,
Hello?
you're muted?
Yes, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm with Tony, so can you speak
I want to
first?
just speak. I am a resident of Greenpoint, Brooklyn. I am a homeowner in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. My business is in Greenpoint since 1996, 26 years. It's Broadway Stages. more than 1,500 union people work in our facility, right? It is Monitor Street and Kingsland are two major thoroughfare truck routes with hundreds of trucks a day passing these streets, including tractor trailers, garbage trucks, tractor trailer fuel trucks, sanitation trucks, rental trucks, and this with the 17 businesses both on Kingsland and Monitor, DOT has not reached out to any of these businesses to get their opinion about these bike lanes. We are not against bike lanes, but we want safe bike lanes, protected bike lanes. We have some ideas, but we have no outreach from DOT. I feel DOT is not doing their jobs at all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next speaker is Christine Holowitz. Christine?
Hello, I am here. Hello, can you hear
Are
me?
you speaking?
So my
Madam
name is
Chair?
Christine Holowitz. I am I'm a resident in this community for most of my life. I have been fighting for the environment throughout this whole time, as well as the open space. When we did the rezoning, we always talked about making sure that the business industrial area stays still, and that there's not going to be any changes to it. Bringing bike lanes into a heavy industrial area, it's really it's very dangerous. There was never going to be a time where there will be no accidents. You have trucks coming from the businesses. There is going to be additional trucks that are going to be driving every day from waste management to the sewage treatment plant when the National Grid will start operating the gas cleaning plant. This is going to be like maybe 20, maybe 30 or 50 trucks a day going back and forth on those streets. It is impossible to have safe bike lanes. The other thing that I would like to ask, I have never seen any kind of studies done by the Department of Transportation regarding this. I mean, usually we have consultants who go out there, measure the amount of trucks, cars, and bikes, and then they come back to the community board and they tell them what is the impact, what is the environmental impact, what is the social, whatever else. I haven't seen any of that. I mean, are we just planning this off the cuff, or is this really going to be a decent plan? Not some of these plans that we've done before, and then all of a sudden we found out that that's not a good thing because, hey, let's do it. We redesigned Maginnis Boulevard. Now it cannot take enough of traffic. Now we're going to design it one way each way. And no one thinks of the environment. All of those cars who are going to be just standing still or going into the neighborhood of Greenpoint. So that the waterfront could be nice and safe, and the rest of life could have all the traffic, all the sickness, and everything else going on to us, because why not? We need bike lanes on the major thoroughfares for trucks. I mean, come on. Have some mercy on the people, on the bicyclists, as well as all of the people who are driving these trucks. They can't see a bike. I mean, is anybody thinking of this? So why don't you just hire some kind of, I mean, the DOT should hire a consultant so he can look at the street and see if it's even possible. You can't just make these decisions off the cuff. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think Monica Holowitz, who is with Tony Argento, she was called, but Tony spoke when he was recognized, and I think Monica got skipped.
Monica just spoke.
No, that was Christine Holowitz. I think Monica was there
that
with
was
Tony, and
Christine?
she got yeah.
I don't know. I heard her say she was there. She was with Tony, and Tony spoke, and she didn't come back on. So I don't know. Okay, it's 8 o'clock. And it's time for our elections. So, we'll do the attendance committee first. We have Rabbi Needleman, we have Eric Brazadas, and we have Iris Cabrera. Okay, Jerry. Jerry, you want to do the roll call for the vote? Jerry, are you having technical difficulty? Joanna.
Okay, so when you hear your name, give your choice of your selected vote for each position.
For each candidate.
Gina Argento for chairperson,
No, we're doing attendance first, Jerry.
or attendance first?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we'll go ahead and do the regular executive board if you don't have your paperwork.
Well, it's easier for me with the scratch sheet that we have prepared to go down the line for each position.
Okay, go ahead.
So we're gonna do each position, ask each board member how they vote. So
Okay.
Gina Argento, are you present? Bogdan Bakarowski,
Yes,
I'm gonna ask you how you vote for each position. For chairperson,
for chairperson, I would like to vote yes. And for the,
now who you voting for, Mr. Bakarowski?
I would like to vote for Dallas Fuller, please.
Okay. For first vice,
Mr. Weiser.
thank you.
Sorry.
For second
If-
vice,
Oh, sorry.
That is whoever is the current, that's Gina.
Jerry, can I make a suggestion? Sorry, Simon. Can I make a suggestion?
yes.
Can you ask the board members that if they have no changes, they vote the full slate?
I
Like
can't
this,
do
people
that.
don't know.
Thank you for your suggestion. I can't do that. I have to record
Okay, but
how
so
each
can you
member
say?
votes.
So can you please tell all the board members?
That's
tell all
why
the board
each
members.
member got a listing of the people in the mail, Simon.
Okay, just say the names. At least they know who they're voting for.
Okay, go ahead, Jerry.
Mr. Bakarowski,
Yes.
for second vice chairperson,
Mr. Weiser. That's
Del
Mr.
Teague.
Gina.
Del Teague is the current second vice
Is Del
chairperson.
Teague.
For third vice chairperson,
Whoever is current, I vote yes.
I can't accept that. You have to give the person's name.
Gina.
For financial secretary,
That is Miss Viera.
for recording secretary,
That's Sonia.
for member at large,
Frank Caperegro.
you can pick 1, 2, 3, or none of the members of the attendance committee?
The attendance committee, that is Rabbi Nilman.
Okay,
And Sonia Iglesias and Iris and Miss Iris.
okay. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Gina, was that you on the phone?
Yes, it was. I apologize.
All right.
Sorry.
So position
Yes.
of chairperson, first vice, second vice,
Yes,
third vice, financial
I'll
secretary.
do it right now. Chairperson
Okay.
Denise Fuller, first vice chairperson Simon Weiser, second vice
Okay.
chairperson Del Teague,
Okay.
third vice chairperson Gina Barros, financial
Okay.
secretary Maria Rivera,
Okay.
recording secretary Sonia Inglés, member
Okay.
at large Philip Caponegro,
Okay.
and for the attendance committee, the three people that were spoken about earlier, Rabbi Needleman, Sonia Inglés, and Iris.
Sonia is not a candidate.
Oh, she wasn't. I apologize. I thought she was. Sorry.
The three people nominated this evening were Iris Cabrera, Rabbi Niederman, and Eric Berzaitis. You can vote for 1, 2, 3, or none.
I vote for all three.
Thank you. Lisa Bamonte?
I'm here, Jerry.
Okay.
Yes.
For chairperson?
Chairperson Fuller,
Okay. First vice?
Simon Weiser,
Okay.
Del Teague,
Okay.
Gina Barros,
Okay.
Maria Rivera.
Thank
right?
you. Yes.
Sonia,
Thank you. At
Philip
large?
Caponegro,
Okay.
and attendance committee, right? We're on that.
Yes.
All three, Needleman, Eric, and Iris.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gina Barros?
Okay. Chairperson Dallas Fuller, first chairperson Simon Weiser, second
Okay.
chairperson Del Teague.
Right.
Maria,
Third vice?
third vice Gina Barros,
Okay.
Maria Vieira,
Financial secretary? Yes.
secretary Sonia Iglesias, and member
Okay.
at large Phil Caponegro.
Okay.
And for the attendance committee, Rabbi Needleman, Eric Berzaitis, and Iris Cabrera.
Thank you. Eric Berzaitis, how do you vote?
Chairperson Dialis Fuller, first vice Simon Weiser, second vice Del Teague, third vice Gina Barros, financial secretary Maria Vieira, recording secretary Sonia Iglesias, member at large Phil Caponegro, attendance Rabbi Niederman, myself, and Iris Cabrera.
Thank you. Tom Burrows, how do you vote?
For chairperson Dallas Fuller,
Okay.
for first vice chairperson Simon Weiser,
Yes.
second vice chair Del Teague, third
Yes.
vice chair Gina Barros,
Yes.
financial secretary Maria Vieira,
Thank you.
recording secretary Sonia Iglesias,
Okay.
member at large Phil Caponegro,
Okay.
and for the attendance committee, Rabbi Niederman, Eric Berzaitis, and Iris Cabrera could be fully diverse and representative attendance committee.
Thank you. Iris Cabrera, how do you vote?
For chairperson Delia, for first vice chair Simon, for second one Del T,
Right.
for third Gina,
Right.
finance Maria,
Yes.
record Sonia,
Right.
member at the large Caponegro,
Right.
attendance all the three. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Phil Caponegro, how do you vote?
Okay, Jerry, Dialis for chair,
Yes.
Simon for first,
Yes.
second, Gina for third, Maria for
I didn't get second.
Oh.
Second was,
Del Teague,
yes.
Gina for third,
Yes.
Maria for financial,
Yes.
my friend Sonia for recording,
Yes.
self, of course, and Rabbi Niederman, Eric, and Iris.
Thank you. Frank Carbone,
Yes.
how do you vote?
We've got Fuller for chair, Weiser, Teague,
Right.
Barros,
Right. Yes.
Vera,
Yes.
Iglesias,
Yes.
Caponegro,
Yes.
Niederman,
Yes.
Cabrera,
Yes.
and Berzaitis.
Yes. Thank you.
You got it.
Stephen Chesser, how do you vote?
Chairperson Fuller,
Yes.
first vice Weiser,
Yes.
second vice Teague,
Yes.
third vice Barros,
Yes.
Financial Secretary Vieira,
Yes.
Recording Secretary Iglesias,
Yes.
Member at Large Caponegro, and the
Yes.
full slate for attendance.
The 3 members.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chirchella? Ms. Cinciata? Stephanie Cuevas? Ronan Daly?
Yes. Dialis Fuller for chairperson.
Yes.
Weiser for first vice.
Yes.
Teague second vice.
Yes.
Barros third vice.
Yes.
Vieira financial.
Yes.
Iglesias recording.
Yes.
Caponegro member at large.
Yes.
And all 3 for attendance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Giovanni D'Amato? How do you vote?
Dialis for chair.
Yes.
Simon for first vice.
Yes.
Del for second.
Yes.
Gina for third.
Yes.
Maria for financial. Sonia for recording.
Yes.
Bill for member at large.
Yes.
And then the whole slate for attendance.
Well, there's no
Rabbi-
slate, so the 3
Okay,
members?
so Rabbi,
Pereira,
yeah, the Rabbi.
Niedemann,
Iris,
and
Everett.
Berzaitis.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Aaron Drinkwater. Arthur Dibinowski. Lloyd Feng.
Yes, hi.
Hi. How do you vote, sir?
Oh, Art, okay, so I vote Fuller,
Yes.
Simon Weiser, Del T, Gina
Yes.
Barros, Maria
Yes.
Vieira, Sonia Iglesias, Frank, and the 3 is Rabbi, Iris, and Eric.
Thank you.
Sure.
Julia Amanda Foster.
That'd be me. Chairman Dialis Fuller, Simon Weiser for first chair, second chair Del Teague, third vice chair Gina Barros, financial secretary Maria Vieira, recording secretary Hi Sonia, member at large Philip Cabron. Did I say that right? Might have said it wrong.
Caponegro.
Caponegro, thank you. Attendance committee Eric Basides, Iris Cabrera, and Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you. Chair Fuller, how do you vote?
Dialis Fuller for chair. Simon Weiser for first vice chair. Del Teague for second vice chair. Gina Barros for third vice chair. Maria Vieira, financial secretary. Sonia Iglesias, recording secretary. Bill Caponegro, a member at large. Attendance committee, Rabbi Niederman, Eric Bezadas, and Iris Cabrera.
Thank you. Crystal Garcia.
Yes, for chairperson Fuller,
Yes.
first vice Weiser, second
Yes.
vice Teague, third vice Barros, financial secretary Maria Vieira, recording secretary Iglesias, member at large Caponegro, and for the attendance committee, all 3 members.
Thank you. Joel Goldstein. Joel Gross.
Yes.
Joel Goldstein?
Yes.
How do you vote, Mr. Goldstein?
Lee Fuller for first chair.
Okay, I have to put down, I have to vote.
Simon Weiser for second. Del Teague third.
Yes.
Gina Barros third. Financial Maria. Recording Sonia Iglesias. Member at large Philip Caponegro. And attendance committee Rabbi Niederman, Iris, and Eric.
Thank you. Joel Gross, how do you vote?
You hear me?
Yes.
Filler, Weiser, Del T, Maria, Sonia, Philip. If attendance committee, Rabbi, Eric, and Iris.
Thank you. David Heimlich.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good. Dallas Fuller for first, Simon Weiser second vice chair, Del Tag third vice chair, Gina Barros, financial secretary Maria Vieira, Sonia Iglesias, and Philip Caponegro for member at large.
Yes.
And the three members for at large.
Okay. Sabrina Hilp. Katie Denny Horowitz.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, so I would say, sorry, pulling it up, Dialis Fuller,
Yes.
Simon Weiser, Del
Yes.
Teague, Gina Barros, Maria Vieira, Sonia Iglesias, Phil Caponegro, and then the 3 for attendance.
Thank you. Sonia Iglesias.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
For chairperson, Dallas Fuller.
Yes.
For first vice chair, Mr. Simon Weiser. For second vice chair, Del Teague. For third chair, Gina Barros. For financial secretary, Maria Vieira. For recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias. For member at large, Mr. Phil Caponegro. And for the attendance committee, Iris Cabrera, Rabbi Needleman, and Eric Bozaitis.
Great. Thank you. Moishe Indig. Ronald Jeffrey. Bozena Kaminsky.
Yes, Jerry. For chair, Dallas Fuller.
Yes.
First chair, Sam Weiser. Second, Del Teague. Third, Gina Barros. Financial secretary, Maria Vieira. Recording, Sonia Iglesia. Member at large, Philip Caponegro. And Rabbi Niederman, Eric, and Iris.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Corey Canton.
Yes. Chairperson Delise, first vice Weiser, second vice Teague, third vice Barros, financial Maria, recording Iglesias, member at large Caponegro, and the 3 for attendance.
Thank you. Paul Kelterborn.
For chair, Fuller. First vice, Simon Weiser. Second vice, Del Teague. Third, Gina Barros. Financial secretary, Maria Vieira. Recording secretary, Iglesias. Member at large, Phil Caponegro. And then all 3, Eric, Iris, and Rabbi Niederman for attendance.
Thank you. William Klagsbold.
Chair Fuller, first vice Weiser, Del Teague, Gina Barros, financial Mariana Vieira, recording Iglesia, member at large Caponegro, then Rabbi Niederman, Iris Cabrera, and Eric Bozaitis.
Thank you. Yoel Landau. Marie Lianza. Can't hear you, Marie.
I'm sorry, I don't have the list in front of me, but I'll have Fuller, for chair, Simon,
Yes.
Dell,
Yes.
Gina,
Yes.
Maria, Sonia, Phil
Yes.
Caponegro,
Yes.
and 1, 2, and 3 members of the attendance committee.
Well, the current nominees are Cabrera, Rabbi Niederman, and Eric Bozaitis.
Okay, those 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yoel Lowe. Trina McKeever. Adam Myers.
Yeah, I'll vote for Fuller, Weiser, Teague, Barros, Vieira, Iglesias, Caponegro, and the other 3 for attendance committee.
Okay, thank you. Sante Michelli.
Yes. So as listed in the agenda, Fuller, Weiser, Teague, Barros, Vieira, Iglesias, Caponegro, and confirming the 3 members of the attendance committee.
Cabrera, Rabbi Niederman, and Bozaitis.
Yes.
Thank you. Toby Moskowitz. Rabbi Niederman. Karen Nieves. Mario Damark.
Okay, I will go in the order you have. Dialis, Simon, Dell, Gina, Maria, Sonia, Phil, and then attendance is Rabbi, Eric, and Iris.
Thank you. Janice Pearson.
I'm here. Fuller, Weiser, Dell, Gina, and then Vieira for financial, recording secretary, Sonia, Phil for at large, and the 3 attendance people, Eric, Niederman, and Iris.
Thank you. Bella Sable.
It's there.
Is the mic on?
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you, Bella.
Okay. Fuller,
Yes.
Weiser,
Yes.
Del Teague,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Maria Vieira,
Yes.
Frank, Caponegro.
You skipped one, recording secretary?
What's the name? Sonia?
Yes.
Yes, Sonia.
Okay, thank you. And then
And
the 1, 2, 3 are none of the attendance committee.
yes, Rabbi Niederman,
Yes.
Poseidas, and Cabrera.
Phone didn't work again.
So you voted for all three.
Cool.
Yes.
Thank you.
That tells me that
Isaac Sofer,
it's been called Google.
Del Teague,
Yes, sorry. Okay, so for Chair, Alice Fuller. First Vice, Simon Weiser. Second, Del Teague. Third Vice, Gina Barrows. Financial Secretary, Maria Vieira. Recording Secretary, Sonia Iglesias. Member at Large, Philip Caponegro. And for attendance, Eric Brasidas, Iris Cabrera, and Rabbi Niederman.
thank you, and thank everyone for their patience. 3 more to go. Mr. Vega?
Yes. Dialis,
Yes.
Simon,
Yes.
Bill, Gina, Maria, Sophia, Sonia, Philip, and all three.
3 members of the attendance committee.
Correct.
Maria Vieira?
Chair, Dialis Fuller, Simon Weiser, Del Teague, Gina Barrows, Maria Vieira, Sonia Iglesias, Phil Caponegro, Iris Cabrera, Rabbi Niederman, and Eric Brasidas.
Thank you. Last but not least, Mr. Weiser.
Thank you. Okay, Honorable Dallas Fuller for chair, first vice chair myself, Simon Weiser, second vice chair Del Teague, third vice chair Gina Barrows, financial secretary Maria Vieira, recording secretary Sonia Iglesias, and Philip Caponegro, member at large, and Rabbi Niederman, Eric Brasidas, and Iris Cabrera for committee.
Okay. There were 35 votes cast. 35 members voted. For Alice Fuller, 35. For Simon Weiser, 35. For Del Teague, 35. For Gina Barros, 35. For Maria Vieira, 35. For recording secretary Sonia Iglesias, 35. For Phil Caponegro, member at large, 35. For Iris Cabrera, 35. For Rabbi Niederman, 35. And for Mr. Brasidas, 34. The reason why we have to call the vote, just for those for information purposes for the new members, is that all of the votes of the board, every member's vote has to be recorded and placed in the minutes. So the tally for this ballot and how you voted will appear in the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you, everybody, for your vote. I look forward to working with everybody, and I look forward to working with my team again. We make a very good team. And I thank everybody for all the cooperation and working with us for all this time. And I look forward to the next year, whatever it may bring. Okay, we're going to go back into our public session.
I'm chair.
Yes.
It's Eric Brasidas. During the previous session, Saul Kojic, he was called, but he was his system booted him out of the meeting. If we could circle back and call him again for his 1 minute, that would be great.
Who?
Saul Kojic.
Okay, Joanna, call him.
Saul, you're unmuted.
Hello there. I'm actually a she.
I'm
but
sorry,
I am.
my mistake.
That's okay. I am Saul. I am the founder of an international artists community in Greenpoint on Green Street, and all the residents on board our platform are avid bikers. So we feel very strongly about bike initiatives in Greenpoint. Personally, I'm on Kingsland, and I have to basically, I'm trying to be quick. I feel that the proposed bike lane on Kingsland Avenue or a monitor is going to be it's going to be do the opposite of what it's intended, because bike lanes are supposed to make us feel safer. But on Kingsland Avenue, whenever I have to go down that street, I end up going on the sidewalk because I feel so at risk by the curb. Because since this is a through street, the trucks come flying at me from with no consideration for bikers. So I feel like a much better proposal from the perspective of myself and the many bikers in my community would be to put the bike lanes on the sidewalk that is not in much use at all on the northern or the eastern side of Kingsland. Because it's, I think it's great that that there are initiatives taken for more bike lanes in our neighborhood, but we want them to make us feel safer as opposed to exposing us to more risk.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Jim Angel. Jim Angel. They're not answering the call. The following speaker is Monica Dessa. Monica Dessa. They're answering the call. The next speaker is Eric Palatnik. Eric, you're muted.
Oh, that's great. Thank you all so much for your time this evening and for being so patient with everybody who's speaking. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
That's great. And thank you, Chair, very much. You're a very patient chair. My name is Rick Palatnik, and I am an attorney representing Gina and Tony Argento on Broadway Stages. And I wanted to speak not in opposition to bicycle lanes, but in opposition to the bicycle lane that is proposed on Monitor Street, and to urge your board, even though DOT is not asking for any recommendation from you, we are urging you this evening to make your own, take it upon yourselves, and make a voluntary recommendation to the Department of Transportation to ask them to reconsider placing the bike lane that's proposed on Monitor Street for another street. As the last speaker just spoke to, Kingsland has an 18-foot sidewalk that bicycle riders are using right now every single day as a protected path to ride on. There are other alternatives other than Monitor Street, and as was mentioned by many other speakers earlier, we don't believe the Department of Transportation has done studies on any of them. We have. Gina has commissioned her own, and you'd be surprised to find out that the Monitor Street is rarely, if ever, used as a bicycle path by bicyclists. This is despite the fact that the direct testimony of DOT at the last meeting where you were all at, where they said to the Transportation Committee, people are already using Monitor Street. That is not the case, and in fact, more people are actually already using Kingsland. Now, Broadway Stages is a big community supporter. They're all in favor of bicycle lanes. They have thousands of people that work at their facilities. They want them to get there. They've even supported the bicycle lane that's on the north side of Greenpoint Avenue. Tony and Gina were involved in that. They're anxious to see it take root. Where the problem is where it goes south of Greenpoint Avenue. That stretch between Greenpoint and Norman is 1,700 feet long. That is 400 feet longer than a racetrack. The National Hot Rod Association requires a drag strip to be 1,300 feet. The 1,700-foot length of that block lets people rip up to 50 miles an hour down a block that has less than 30 feet in width, that has cars parked on an angle, and has tractor trailers on each side that are not through tractor trailers like the last community person spoke to that he didn't want to see, but rather they're parked there to service Broadway Stages that's located in an industrial business zone. They're not in a residential area. So I'm going to wrap up because I know you're busy. I think you're getting the gist. We think Department of Transportation is pushing this upon you too fast, too quick, and without proper thought. We're urging you to proactively tell them tonight, make a motion, and ask them to spend the time to study things and delay any putting down of any markers on any roadway on Monitor Street until a study has been done and it's had the time to be vetted. Thank you all so much for considering us and for listening to all the speakers this evening.
You're welcome.
The next speaker is Ian.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We had requested the opportunity to show our screen. I don't know if that's still possible. Yeah.
You only got 1 minute.
Okay, I'll just go ahead without our visual presentation. My name is Ian Rasmussen. I am the principal of Urban Cartographics, which is an urban planning consultancy based here in New York. And I'm here on behalf of our client Broadway Stages to urge the board to ask DOT to reconsider putting the bike lane onto the east side of Kingsland Avenue. I actually didn't even realize I'd have the benefit of the previous testimony from cyclists in the community that are already telling you that that's what's going on. The east side of Kingsland Avenue is a 1/4 mile with an 18-foot wide sidewalk. It has no pedestrian destinations along it. Cyclists are already riding on that sidewalk because it is a direct route for them that is protected from the truck traffic. With the 18 feet, you should easily be able to fit a 2-way protected bike lane and even reserve another 5 or 8 feet for whatever pedestrian traffic is going to remain. Based on the comments we heard at the last Transportation Committee meeting, our sense is that DOT is pursuing the conventional bike lane option because doing a protected bike lane is more difficult. It involves their capital projects team, and it basically forces them to slow down. And instead, doing the conventional bike lane is something that they can do more quickly without having to jump through any procedural hoops or get anybody's approval. And so we're urging you to select a more safe option, not one that is just expedient. And even if conventional bike lanes are the only solution that we can find, there are other streets to put them on. Specifically, at your last transportation meeting, we discussed Humboldt Street. It has a number of intersections with stop signs and therefore has much slower moving traffic. Additionally, there's North Henry Street, also a southbound one-way street that has a lot less truck traffic. And just to sum up, our view here is I don't think we're either opposed to biking, nor do I think our suggestion for a protected 2-way bikeway on Kingsland Avenue is inconsistent at all with the goal of building out the cycling network. But if we are serious about creating safe streets for biking, it is every bit as important to identify which streets we should not be routing the cyclists down as it is to figure out which ones we should direct them to. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Next speaker, John.
Hello. The next speaker is Adam. Sorry. Adam? Adam Rolf Crew. They're not answering the call.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Yes?
Yeah.
Hi, it's Adam Rothkrug. I was just unmuted. Everyone can hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you for your time. I'm here representing Broadway Stages. I won't reiterate all of the safety concerns that have been mentioned. I think those of you in the community are obviously aware, or you can go visit the block to see that it's not appropriate for bike lanes. I would like to note, though, speak to DOT's failure to properly communicate and notify both the community board and elected officials and the surrounding area. In this regard, we would note that there's actually legislation pending in the City Council that would provide for a 60-day notice to the community board for additional notices and progress reports in connection with proposed bike lanes. And this law was proposed earlier this year to exactly avoid the type of situation that's occurred here with the DOT leaving the impression that they're just plowing through without really giving the community adequate input. So we do think that in a gesture of good faith, that even though this new law has not been passed, that it would have been proper for DOT to follow these new standards that we hope will be enacted. And again, were the result of other city community boards and council people being unhappy with the way that DOT proceeded with the institution of bike lanes. As has been noted, Broadway Stages was not consulted, nor were any of the other 16 or 17 businesses on Monitor Street, all of which have active driveways and roadways. So there are obvious safety concerns, but the fact that DOT is moving this forward without following what we hope will be legally required notice requirements in the future is as disappointing as the proposal itself. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Todd Dell. Todd Dell. They're not answering the call. The following speaker is Jay Goldstein. Jay, you're unmuted.
Good evening. How are you, everybody? My name is Jay Goldstein. I'm a land use attorney. I'm here tonight in opposition, or not opposition, but to request that the board and DOT find an alternative route for the proposed bike lane. I spend my days advising clients on economic development and land use in the city and the city's policies. The city zoned this area where the bike route is proposed as an industrial business zone and a manufacturing district. The city called this a safe haven for manufacturing and industrial uses, and they actually called it in their North Brooklyn Industrial Innovation Plan the core industrial area of Brooklyn. The IBZ and the manufacturing zoning were intended to protect these commercial and manufacturing uses. DOT routinely protects the uses and separates the uses from residential uses by creating dedicated truck routes or dedicated bike routes that are not to commingle. The reason being, by commingling the bike lanes into this industrial area, as you heard many speakers before me, will create an unsafe environment for the bicyclists and will create liability and dangerous conditions for the businesses that are located in this area. DOT should rather identify an alternative block that is more suitable. As has been mentioned, there are other alternatives within the area that can be used, and there are other blocks on this strip in this area that the bicyclists in the community have already suggested may be better suited for this need. So therefore, I'd like to just reiterate that while the bike lane is a great idea, locating it on this street is a terrible idea. And this street will just, by introducing a bike lane, you'll just be introducing pedestrian traffic onto this commercial manufacturing street, as opposed to trying to keep them separated, to keep them safe and everyone moving along smoothly. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Brian Pafford. Brian, you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you very much, guys. I'm both a cyclist as well as a worker in the film community, and I'm frequently down at Broadway Stages. And I have to say that as a cyclist, as a film worker, I'm opposed to this bike lane. You know, we cross that street, we come out from behind trucks, we have an earpiece in our ears where we're in constant communication to the people inside. And it's just a dangerous scenario for people that need to work in that area. Secondly, as a cyclist, I'm against the location of this bike lane. You know, several years ago, when I lived in Bay Ridge, there's a bike path down by the water that many of you may be aware of. And someone that I knew on the periphery of my life is riding down there, and there's people there who aren't watching their kids, or the kids are just doing whatever. Kid runs out in front of them. This person skids to avoid them, hits into a pole, and winds up losing his life over an accident because they're trying to avoid someone who couldn't see that he was there. Now, that wasn't the first accident that took place. And I have to tell you that as a cyclist in the streets, pedestrians are just as dangerous and more dangerous, in fact, than vehicles. And the problem with the positioning of this bike lane is that people are going to get hurt, and many people are going to get hurt before it rises to the attention of a fatality. And how hurt they are and how frequent this happens, once the die is cast on something citywide and the bureaucracy has said this is a bike lane, it becomes very, very difficult at that point to say, hey, I think we made a mistake. And I think that this bike lane is a crucial, potentially devastating, catastrophic mistake that the city is about to put forth. And if we really care about our community and we care about both the people that are working down there as well as the cyclists, I think we have to find a better place for this. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is John Strauss. John Strauss? They're not answering the call. The following speaker is Hiram Roughgrove. Hiram? They're not answering the call. The following speaker is Eloise Folladair. Hello?
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Elise Folladair, and I'm from Eric Palatnik PC. We represent Broadway Stages. I'm here to urge this board to reject the bike lane proposal because attracting more cyclists to use Monitor would be unsafe, whether there is a bike lane or not. Every one of the buildings along Monitor Street between Greenpoint and Norman Avenues is occupied by active businesses. The street is bustling with activity throughout the day. There are tractor trailers, bus trucks, vans, and cars that make frequent trips, as well as a constant stream of loading and unloading. There are numerous dumpsters present, as well as angled parking to accommodate the dozens of active vehicles coming and going at any time. The block's largest property owner is Broadway Stages, one of the city's largest TV and movie production studios. Their Monitor Street studios employ about 800 people on this block every day, with several thousand more and going each year, not to mention the hundreds of local companies they do business with, because they own and operate numerous buildings on both sides of the street. This block of Monitor Street is effectively the backlot of their studios. There are people walking in across the street all day, moving equipment such as wardrobe racks and moving set pieces being shuttled between over a dozen sound stages. Aside from Broadway Stages, the surrounding properties employ thousands of people and contain over 1,000 trucks and buses that come and go from the area every day. All of this adds up to a street that cannot safely accommodate more cyclists. DOT's planners suggest that adding a bike lane to Monitor Street is necessary precisely because the street cannot safely accommodate more cyclists. The truth is that almost no bikes go down this block right now. So the bike lane would be creating this very problem it supposedly solves. According to traffic counts taken by Broadway Stages' own traffic consultant in late 2020, there was never more than 1 cyclist per hour during weekdays and just 9 during the weekdays peak hour on Saturday. The proposed bike lane is not necessary to accommodate existing bicycle traffic on the block, but is instead intended to attract new bicycle traffic to the block, according to DOT, so that more people can bike to Newtown Creek Nature Walk. The fact of the matter is that it is unsafe to attract more cyclists to ride their bikes down a block that is bustling with traffic and more all day long. But that is exactly what will result if a bike lane is added. It will attract cyclists to the streets, creating the very danger it intends to solve. At best, the proposal will disrupt all of the businesses on the block. At worst, someone will get hurt. Let's keep truck routes and bike routes separate. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tommy Karari. Tommy, you're muted.
Hi, my name is hello. My name is Tommy Karaya. I'm the owner of Walton Hauling, which is a Greenpoint-based business. We've been in Greenpoint for 15 years. Been in business since 1879. We operate several hundred trucks in the New York City area. Most of our trucks are used for film, theater, and television. What we're opposing the Kingsland Monitor bike lane due to the fact that a lot of our drop-offs and pickups in that area consist of our trucks loading and offloading, and we feel that it's unsafe for both the cyclists and the truckers, as well as the pedestrians. And we hope that you guys adhere to it. We do a lot of business with Broadway Stages, and we feel it's not a safe situation when a driver who's 10 feet off the ground cannot see a cyclist who is 5 feet on the ground. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ron Cohen.
Hello.
Yes.
Hey, thank you all. My name is Ram Cohen, representing Storage Plus, that is located on Kingsland and Greenpoint Avenue. I'm not going to reiterate all the safety concerns as it's previously been stated, but Kingsland Avenue and Monitor Street are high traffic areas. The easiest route to go from Greenpoint to Long Island City is right over there in that intersection. I'm stationed there, and I see so many trucks coming at high speeds, driving recklessly. It's a load in, load out zone. This is not a safe area to put a bike lane. We ask the effort to definitely be made for a safer route for these bike lanes, and it would be highly appreciated. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nicole Scallon. Nicole Scallon. They're not answering the call. The following speaker is Tiffany Scallon. Tiffany Scallon. They're not answering the call. The following speaker is Chris Roberti. Chris, you're
Hi.
muted.
Yep. I'm a big fan of CB1. I've lived here for about 15 years. Good work, everybody. I live on Morgan Ave between Driggs and Nassau. And so I'm a little, I'm a biker, I'm a driver, I'm a parent of a student at 110. I agree with a lot of what everyone's been saying, specifically about the dangerous truck traffic that's kind of blowing through our neighborhood, and the need for a bike route, a safe bike route. As a matter of fact, I own a unit, or I rent a unit at Storage Plus, and it's a nightmare to ride my bike there. So whether it's Kingsland or Monitor or both, I do think it seems like the argument is we surrender the street because it's dangerous. Whereas I think we've surrendered so much. Every day I walk to school, I see crazy drivers, and I don't feel safe. And I think whether it's on Monitor or whether it's on Kingsland, we need something, and we need something quick, because it is a ticking time bomb. Thank you all for your effort and your thoughtfulness.
The next speaker is Kevin Costa. Kevin Costa.
Hi, this is Kevin. Thank you all for listening today. I came in ready to give testimony in absolute support of the DOT proposal. However, I have heard a better one, which is the Kingsland Ave proposal, as brought up by the urban planner, I believe, from Broadway Stages. And at the end of the day, that actually sounds like it would be an even better solution to the issues that everyone has talked about ad nauseum. And since Broadway Stages has gone through the great lengths of organizing lawyers and planners to come out and say that the Monitor Kingsland proposal as now is not the best proposal, and they have suggested an alternative, I think that is one that should be mentioned in any sort of recommendation that is made to DOT from the community board. In addition, I know that Broadway Stages has been a really great supporter of the community, and I know that would be a really great measure of good faith if they were to work with DOT also financially to make sure that that is a proposal that can become a reality. I'm referring to the Kingsland Ave protected bike lane on that giant stretch of sidewalk. And yeah, at the end of the day, we need to increase awareness of cyclists and need to recognize that it is a legitimate form of transportation. It's how I get to work every day. It's how many people in the film industry, in the IBZs as well, are getting to work, and that it is a legitimate form of transportation that needs to be addressed and made safer. And if DOT's proposal is lacking in that respect, I support any measures to make that safer or to embrace the proposal as brought forth by Broadway Stages. Again, my name's Kevin. I live in Greenpoint, and I am co-chair of Transportation Alternatives chapter in North Brooklyn. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kevin Lachera. Kevin?
Hi, I'm here. Thank you, and thank you to the board and everybody for taking the time tonight. Yeah, I mean, I think just reiterating what Kevin and Chris were saying, I would be in full support of a protected two-way lane on Kingsland that went from Greenpoint Avenue to Meeker Avenue. Monitor and Kingsland have been chosen for this proposal because they are the most direct north-south routes. What we've heard tonight about other routes being possible on Humboldt, which spits out to McGinnis, or North Henry Street, which is cut by McGolrick Park, were not chosen by DOT because they were not direct routes. You know, these are desperately needed links in our neighborhood, you know, in the bike network in our neighborhood. They would connect to the Greenpoint Avenue Bridge, to the east-west lanes that are being developed under the BQE. Bike lanes don't make streets less safe. Drivers make streets less safe, you know, and there's just no actual factual basis in saying that, you know, we hear it from the folks that are talking tonight, right? Trucks speeding down roads, trucks blowing past stop signs. You know, I mean, I would also like to have a conversation about how perhaps the trucks in this area should be operating more safely. They use Monitor as a cut through because it's the easiest way to go. You know, if we want to talk about what our community is going to look like in the future, and we want the answer to be anything besides underwater, we need to be supporting projects like this. And I would stand in support of Broadway Stages if they were willing to help with a two-way protected bike lane from Greenpoint Avenue to Meeker. These bike lanes have received over 150 signatures of support in the last 3 days. I'm going to repeat that. These bike lanes have received over 150 signatures of support from the community in the last 3 days because of exactly what Chris is talking about. The Transportation Committee of this community board voted to approve the plan presented by DOT, and it was presented to them twice. You know, ultimately, the bikes are going to be in this industrial area, whether you design for it or not. People riding their bikes to school, riding their bikes to the bridge, riding home. It's a question about whether or not we are creating some small measure of recognition.
Summarize.
Thank you. Some small measure of recognition on that street to tell drivers that bikes have the right to safely use this street. Okay, which ultimately does make the street safer for everyone. You know, so thank you again to the board. Welcome to the new members. We're grateful to have you. And I hope that we'll get a good resolution here. Thank you.
The next speaker is Daniel Elstein. Daniel?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, first of all, thank you to the board for having me. I would also like to voice my support for the bike lanes that the DOT has brought forth. I think it's kind of a no-brainer that they have recognized that this is a corridor that's desperately needed because people use it, and not only DOT, but the city as a whole also wants more people to be able to use it, regardless of whether or not they may or may not feel safe right now. They want everybody to feel safe. And that's something I am greatly in support of. And that's about it. I want to echo what Kevin, and Chris have also said, that this is desperately needed and soon. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ryan Coonan. Ryan?
Hey, I'm here. Hello, CB1. You thought I was gone, but I'm proud to be here as a public person speaking to you guys. And I just want to say the sign up for speakers is really confusing. And I would say we should look at that because it's a whole process. But I'm here to speak in favor of a two-way protected bike lane on Kingsland and all bike lanes for bikers. One of the first things I did when I became a member of CB1 10 years ago was be involved in the discussion of the Greenpoint bike lane. And at that time, all the arguments against the Greenpoint bike lane were that it was too unsafe to put a bike lane there, that cyclists and truckers couldn't share the road together, and that the bike lane should actually be on a less direct route on Kingsland and Monitor. And 10 years later, we're kind of filling in this network of safety for cyclists. There's working cyclists in the IBZ. There's bike lanes on the IBZ. I think it should be our goal to not leave streets alone, but make sure every street is as safe as it can be and every network is connected. I've put up too many ghost bikes in this neighborhood for people I know. The first ghost bike I put up was for Craig Murphy, a great friend who died hit by a truck on Union. There's now a bike lane there and there hasn't been a fatality. The last ghost bike I put up was for Arilla Lawrence. She was killed by a trucker speeding down Broadway. We have to protect cyclists. Drivers get a modicum of safety. The truck drivers aren't at risk when they're driving on Monitor, but they create a lot of risk. And we need to create safety for cyclists too. And the best way would be a two-way protected lane on Kingsland, but I'll take every inch of safety I can get. And there are studies that show bike lanes, where there's bike lanes, there's less fatalities. And there's lots of studies that show that truckers and bikers can be together when there's safety implements on the road. So I hope that we can all work together. And hey guys, welcome to new members.
The next speaker is Tanya Oberoy. Tanya Oberoy. Not answering the call. The following speaker is Billy Senior. Billy Senior. Not answering the call. The following speaker is Richard Masor. Richard? Not answering the call. The next speaker is Yahi Rose.
Hi, Wayne, this is Rich Mazer. My mute thing was not working right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Rich Mazer, North Brooklyn Development Corporation. I'm just going to read my letter that I wrote to the Transportation Committee. It has come to my attention that New York City DOT is implementing bicycle lanes on Monitor Street and Kingsland Avenue from Greenpoint Avenue to Meeker Avenue. While I'm a supporter of making New York City a more bicycle-friendly city, I'm not sure if this decreed implementation of new lanes is a great idea based on safety concerns. I am a lifelong resident of Greenpoint, only since 1950, and have been active on a number of issues in the community, especially safe streets and a clean environment. One of my earlier careers involved work in the traffic and transportation industry. This required attendance at various committee meetings for the Transportation Research Board in Washington, D.C., as well as the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which created all of the signs and whatever to make the share the road bicycle lanes possible. I also attended lectures from some of the most prestigious transportation engineering schools in the country. The top ones were University of Texas, Penn State, and University of Maryland. Almost 25 years ago, the Share the Road concept was created to include safer and more environmentally friendly bicycle lanes across the country as part of a community-based planning initiative to create more livable, practical, and environmentally friendly communities by changing traffic planning from just being vehicle-based to being more people-based, and people like to ride bicycles, and as such, more carbon neutral. This initiative has proven to be a huge success and has improved the quality of life across the country. However, having direct knowledge of how this should work, not every street is practical to use for bicycle lanes. My main concern here is the safety of the cyclists. When driving my car, I have often used both Kingsland and Monitor as the most direct link between the Greenpoint Avenue Bridge and the Kosciuszko Bridge. It's like a wormhole between the two bridges. Truckers also use, obviously, these connections quite often. Additionally, both streets between Norman and Avenue are mostly commercial, a lot of driveways, whatever, but a lot of in and out truck traffic and commercial driveways. Because of this, I would never ride my bike up and down these two streets. It's too dangerous. In fact, when I drive up these streets, I rarely ever see bikes. I would like to see the lengthy DOT transportation studies that made this seem like a practical idea. From my experience, the official way to warrant any kind of new traffic device or change in traffic patterns, including sharing the road with bicyclists, would require extensive studies of traffic patterns and accident reports along the said route before recommendations can be made. I'm surprised that I'm hearing about this just as it's being implemented. I may have missed it, but when were the public hearings where both the businesses and residents could voice their concerns, ask their questions, and review the extensive research done by New York City DOT? Therefore, for now, I'm totally against implementing the new bicycle lanes until all safety concerns have been addressed. I don't believe that automatically decreeing new bicycle lanes on Kingsland and Monitor is improving the quality of life in our community. In fact, it seems more like it's risking our cyclists instead. Thank you.
The next speaker is Yahi Rose. Yahi Rose. They're not answering the call. The following speaker is John Rosmus. John, you're
Hello,
muted.
everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So my name is John Rosmus. I live near the Bedford area. Recently, I've been informed that there has been a designation between Bedford Avenue and that's between Manhattan and Lorimer Street, and it's supposed to be converted into an open street, or there's some project to convert it into a plaza. These changes do not account the issues that were not addressed in 2018 when the DOT first, changed this whole street over here. The major issues that we have today is that all the loading zones are now occupied by the outdoor shacks. And so they're all occupied by Goodbar mostly. And these trucks have nowhere to, deliver or park or anything. As a result, all the cars and all the trucks and everything go on the Nassau side where the bus stop is. This bus stop is filling up with vehicles. There's, the parks are illegally double parked over here. And this is also a shared bike lane, which it also blocks the bike lane. I don't know what's going to happen if they're going to close the street over here. And this will also take away the left-hand turn on Manhattan Avenue. So ever since 2018, this project has been poorly implemented. And the lady that lost her leg over here, I mean, I have to see all the accidents happen over here. And it just, it breaks my heart over here. I do not think there, ever should be a pedestrian island near the Five Leaves restaurant. And I'm hoping that the DOT and the community board will actually listen this time to me. I spoke in 2018, but the project was implemented. It just happened, in 1 month. And when these accidents happen, I have a new 4K security camera. And if there's going to be more victims or anything that are going to get hurt, I will be more than happy to share that footage with them and name the coalition that made this an open street. Thank you.
The next speaker's Eric Sebs. Eric, you're muted.
Hello. You hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Eric Selbst. I'm a senior project manager at the Rockefeller Group. We have recently started construction on the 16 DuPont Street site, a residential development at DuPont and West Streets. Throughout the construction process, we want to maintain an open line of communication with the community and address any issues that may arise. We send out bi-weekly construction updates from 16 DuPont at casir.nyc and encourage anyone to email to subscribe to the updates, as well as send any questions that they might have. We will also share this email address with the district manager for distribution. If you have any questions tonight, please direct them to the email address. Thank you, and again, have a great rest of your evening.
That's it for speakers.
Thank you, Joanna. I understand Rhonda from DOT is here. Rhonda, would you like to address any of these concerns that our speakers had about the Monitor Street bike lane? Rhonda?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I've been taking notes about what people were saying, but I was just here to listen. I mean, I can't respond to all these things that were said. And some things I would have to fact check first before I could also. So I'm just here taking notes.
Well, thank you so much for coming in, Rhonda, and hearing the concerns of the community. And hopefully you'll take them back and we'll try to get something better or whatever. Thank you for coming in and listening and hearing the concerns.
You're welcome.
Okay. That concludes our committee, our public session. We have committee reports. And first of all, I have a proposal to put before the board that needs a vote. The executive board voted to promote Joanna to assistant district manager because we found out that we can have two, and we need a vote to promote Joanna to assistant district manager.
I make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Make a second, Jan.
Steve Chesler.
Phil and Jan? Is that Phil and Jan?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Jerry?
Gina Argento. Gina
Yes.
Argento.
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bamonte.
Yes.
Gina Barros.
Yes.
Eric Brazedas.
Yes.
Thomas Burrows.
Yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Carbone.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chirichella. Teresa Cinciata. Stephanie Cuevas. Ronan Daly. Sorry. Giovanni D'Amato.
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater. Arthur Davidowski.
Yes.
Lloyd Feng.
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes.
Crystal Garcia.
Yes.
Joel Goldstein.
Yes.
Joe Gross. David Heimlich.
Yes.
Sabrina Hilp. Katie Denny Horowitz.
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia.
Yes.
Moisa Indig. Robert Jeffrey. Bozena Kaminsky.
Yes.
Corey Canton.
Yes.
Paul Kelterborn.
Yes.
William Klagsbold.
Yes.
Yo Landau. Marie Lianza. Yo Lowe. Trina McKeever.
I said
Adam-
yes, Jerry. Sorry, I was on mute.
Thank you. Yo Lowe. Trina McKeever. Adam Myers. Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz. Rabbi Niederman. Karen Nieves. Mario Domark. Janice Peterson.
Yes.
Bella Sable.
Yes.
Isaac Sofer. Del Teague.
Yes.
William Vega.
Yes.
Maria Vieta.
Yes.
Simon Weiser, yes, motion carries.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Congratulations, Joanna. We're really pleased with the work that you stepped up and started doing in Marie's absence. I really appreciate it.
I would like to thank Joanna. This is Del Teague. I'd like to thank Joanna for what she's done.
Thank you, Joanna, Sonia.
Joanna.
Ditto.
From Jan.
Maria, pain in the butt.
I agree. I want to thank Joanna for what she's done. Very good work.
Thank you, Joanna. Steve Kessler, you're doing amazing work. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Every time I come to the office, there's such a wonderful smile. Thank you.
I'm going to get my thank you in too. Thank you, Joanna, for all your help and everything that you've done. It's Julia.
And I said that, this is Jan, that's what I was talking about before, having a welcoming office and place. Joanna certainly fits what I was trying to talk about.
Okay, one thing, Joanna's only getting a small increase of $3,000. So when the budget, when it come up for them to get a raise this year, I hope we'll do better by her, but this is all we can do at this point. And we appreciate the fact that she's taken this position with such low increase, you know, due to people can basically go anywhere they want to go right now and work. So I thank you, Joanna. We know it's not much, but this is the best that we can do at this time.
Thank you for sharing that, Nialis.
You're welcome.
Thank you all.
You're welcome, Joanna. Okay. Oof, we got a long ways to go, people. SLA, Tom Burrows.
See if we can make
We're
this
on
quick.
committee report.
All right, let's see if we can make this quick. All right, so we had a meeting on May 24th to consider the applications that were on the public session last month and the postponed ones. We had 24 new applications. Out of the 24, the committee is recommending approval to the full board. We're recommending denial on 2 of them. 7 of those items were postponed, and 4 of them we didn't take any action because it was just notifying the board of the what's called the temporary permit. So as I've been doing, I've been entertaining a motion to approve all of what we recommend. The renewals, there were no concerns about any of the renewals. There were 20 renewals, so we're recommending a approval of the 20 renewals. And the previously postponed items, the first one was going to do a presentation tonight. That's been put off. Items 2, 3, we're recommending approval. Items 4 and 6, recommending approval after getting the applicants, both of whom are in 88 Wither Street building, to meet with residents of their building and Marie and Lisa. And we've pushed their closing hours back to midnight for both of those locations in that building. The postponement for Lemons and Olives was requested by the owner of that facility. So I would entertain a motion to approve the report as written.
Sonia Iglesias, make a motion, Madam Chair. Sonia.
Tom, Phil Caponegro.
Sonia and Phil to accept the motion as written. Roll call vote, please.
Can't we just say? Oh dear.
Good night.
Motion is to approve the SLA report as written. Motion was made by Sonia Iglesias, seconded by Phil Caponegro. Gina Argento,
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Eric Berzatis,
Yes.
Tom Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera, Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Yes.
Was that Iris?
It was Iris and Phil.
Yes.
Okay.
That's me, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Stephanie Cuevas, Ronan Daly, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater, Arthur Dibinowski,
Abstain.
Lloyd, I'm sorry?
Abstain.
Thank you. Lloyd Feng.
Yes.
Thank you. Julia Amanda Foster, Crystal Garcia.
Yes.
Yes.
I heard two again. Was that Julia?
Julia said yes.
Thank you. Crystal voted yes.
Yes.
Joel Goldstein,
Yes.
Joel Gross, David Heimlich.
Yes.
Thank you. Sabrina Hilp, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Robert Jeffrey, Bozena Kaminsky,
Yes.
Corey Canton,
Yes.
Paul Kelterborn.
Yes.
Thank you. Williams Cloudsbold.
Yes.
Thank you. Yoel Landau, Marie Leanza,
Yes.
Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever, Adam Myers, Sante Michelli,
Good night.
Toby Moskowitz, Martin Needleman, Rabbi Needleman, Karen Yeves, Mario Domerick, Janice Peterson,
Yes. Yes.
Bella Sable, Mario Domerick, Bella Sable, Isaac Sofer, Del Teague,
Yes.
William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieta,
Yes. Yes.
Simon Weiser, (26 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention). Motion carries.
Thank you, Jared. We
the
can't,
next-
we can't afford to lose any more, people, otherwise we'll lose our quorum and we have to be back in July. So please, people, don't leave.
Okay, the next meeting of the SLA committee is June 21st. Please go through the list, see if there's anything that's near you, important to you, let us know. The presenters earlier, if you want to get back to them, let me know about those large venues. And on next Tuesday, the 14th, we're going to have a public safety and social service committee meeting to try and get ourselves back on track with that. So, all right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Tom. Everybody know we gotta go to the B rule. Be brief, be bright, and be gone. Otherwise, we won't be able to vote on these issues. Capital budget, Gina Barros. We're on the B rule, everybody.
Okay, I'm going to summarize my report. The Capital Budget Committee met on Tuesday, May 17th, 6:30 via WebEx. Quorum was achieved. The agenda was first to review the Office of Management and Budget's preliminary response to the Brooklyn Community Board 1 District Needs Statement for fiscal year 2023, and second, to discuss the next steps in preparation for submitting our district needs statement for fiscal year 2024, which will be due on October 29th. Okay. I summarized at the committee, I summarized where we are now in the annual cycle budget process milestones that is written in the report. I will highlight that what's important is, everything's important, but I will highlight that we have 40 capital budget request items, 26 expense budget request items that are to be entered for submission, and these items have to be prioritized. Also, that the City Planning Community Board Liaison Team is available to guide and work with the Community Board and committees. And therefore, if Community Board committees need help, I can work with them and we can work with the liaison team. Discussion. The budget committee members reviewed the OMB's responses to the district needs statement. Important in the discussion was, I will highlight, okay. Okay, Ms. Barrows recommended that committee move those district need requests funded from prioritize to continue community support. We had 4 district items that did receive approval for funding. And that was good news. However, the committee members discussed on how to advocate for those district needs that were not funded. And we continued, if we continue to agree that it's essential. Ms. Peterson and Mr. Brooks recommended that we alert the elected officials that these are our priorities, such as writing letters from the community board or requesting meetings with members of the city council. Ms. Barrows related that the budget committee could ask for guidance from the liaison of the city planning. And also Ms. Barrows related that the budget committee will work with the ad hoc outreach committee in partnership to discuss strategies to communicate with public members, nonprofit agencies, and civic leaders, and to look at how we can work on the creating, targeting public forums. Also, committees agreed that affordable housing is the district need top priority. And an idea proposed by Ms. Del Teague, chair of the ULUP committee, is to make conditions on the developers and owners of the development, especially the larger ones, where we say, if they want our approval, we ask that they contribute to the infrastructure or give toward the maintenance of those budget request items that are on a district needs statement. We can then ask the city and city agencies such as Parks Department to support us in demanding that the developers contribute to it. Ms. Peterson emphasized the importance that the housing committee could also do something in this area. District needs request items can be further discussed and strengthened by the community board housing committee, and can have developers periodically give the community board a report on how well they are doing and putting in the percentage both moderate income and lower income housing that they have promised. Okay, form that the committee met with. Okay, Ms. Barrows informed that she did meet with the Transportation Committee, and the Transportation Committee has 18 priority request items. They started reviewing the OMN's responses and will ask, and they will provide their recommendations to the Budget Committee, and we will be also working in partnership. Ms. Barrows will reach out to other community board committees to do the same. And after the Budget Committee, I did send a memorandum to the Housing Committee and Parks Committee so that we can also review and revise those district needs statements pertinent to both the Parks and Budget Committee. Okay. And then Ms. Peterson highlighted the importance of other community issues such as educational services, police services, health, and hospital services. Ms. Barrows agreed and highlighted that those concerns are also discussed at the Safety Committee. And I see that we will be having a Safety Committee meeting on June 14th. Okay. Ms. Barrows also related concerns are critical about the high volume of garbage in the community. All right, so, Ms. Barrows related, we reviewed, the Budget Committee reviewed the Environmental Committee report on their recommendations of the critical environmental issues to incorporate into our district needs statement report. Okay, finally, we have here, Mr. Gross requested funding for night cameras for NYCHE housing, and I want to make a correction. I want to remove what I wrote here about Ms. Fuller asked that PS 250A be added to the educational district needs since it was left out by mistake. That was my mistake. I want to correct it and make a correction to my report. Ms. Fuller asked that for item number 14, educational district needs, the school's name is John V. Lindsay, Lindsay. The A had been left out of the word Lindsay by mistake. Overall, the Budget Committee acknowledged that these committee concerns, there was a lot of passion in terms of many community concerns that we have, and this is something that we will work on throughout the year using this district statement, and we will continue to advocate for these prioritized needs, and we can track them as I created a specific working document that we will work with. And we will meet again in September. However, I am available to work with the committees during the gathering of information that will occur throughout July and August. Thank you very much. That's my report.
Thank you, Gina. Parks and Waterfront, Bill?
Yeah, let's put me at the end because I don't need a vote. So let the committees that need votes go before me. Okay, Alice?
Okay, thank you. Transportation?
Thank
Eric,
you.
transportation?
Thank you, Chair Fuller. And thank you for your votes for the attendance committee, everybody. I appreciate it. Okay, so everybody loves the Monitor Street bike lane, apparently. But we're gonna get, I have 2 votes that we need. One, it's basically housekeeping. The first is Brooklyn, New Brooklyn Car Service Incorporated, their base renewal license B01259. It was vote approved unanimously without abstention or objection from the committee. We need a vote.
I'll make a motion, Phil Caponegro.
I'll second the motion. Gina Argento.
Bill and Gina? Jerry?
Yeah, what's the motion?
To approve the base renewal license for New Brooklyn Car Service.
Gina Argento?
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski? Lisa Bamonte?
Yes.
Gina Barros?
Yes.
Eric Rosadas?
Yes.
Tom Burrows?
Yes.
Iris Cabrera? Iris Cabrera?
Yes.
Phil Caponegro?
Yes.
Frank Carbone?
Yes.
Stephen Chesler?
Yes.
Michael Chiricella? Teresa Cinciata? Stephanie Cuevas? Ronan Daly? Giovanni D'Amato? Aaron Drinkwater? Arthur Dibinowski?
Yes.
Lloyd Feng?
Yes. Thank you.
Julie Amanda Foster?
Yes.
Crystal Garcia?
Yes.
Joel Goldstein?
Yes.
Joel Gross? David Heimlich?
Yes.
Sabrina Help? Katie Denny Horowitz?
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia?
Yes.
Moisha Indig? Robert Jeffrey? Ozena Kaminsky?
Yes.
Corey Canton?
Yes.
Paul Kelterborn?
Yes.
William Klagsbold?
Yes.
Yoel Landau? Marie Leanza?
Yes.
Yoel Lowe? Trina McKeever? Adam Myers? Sante Michelli? Toby Moskowitz? Rabbi Niederman? Karen Nieves? Mario Domerick? Janice Peterson?
Yes.
Bella Sable? Isaac Sofer? Del Teague?
Yes.
William Vega?
Yes,
Maria,
yes.
Maria Vieta?
Yes.
Simon Weiser? 27 yes, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the second item on our agenda was the Kingsland Monitor bike lanes. We had asked DOT to come back following the board's approval of the north side of Greenpoint
Eric,
Avenue.
I can't hear you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, we asked DOT to come back to discuss the bike lanes. Part of their presentation focused on the final edits to the north side that the board voted on to approve for north of Greenpoint Avenue on Kingsland Avenue. We did get into a discussion about alternatives for Monitor Street, specifically for the southbound connection to Meeker Avenue. The conversation went on for quite a while, and you heard the hour and 15-minute result of that tonight. Basically, when DOT presented the final plan to us, they included the Kingsland and Monitor bike lanes, which we, as a committee, were not really prepared for. We were just expecting to vote on for the north side, which is why we separated the vote at the last full board meeting. I think this is my opinion. I think it's clear that more needs to be done from DOT to study some kind of alternative. I love the Kingsland Avenue two-way, at least from Greenpoint Avenue to Norman, on that wide sidewalk, if that's even possible. But I think we might need some kind of more rigorous study of that before we can. Now, they don't need our approval on it; it's a safety project. But I think it's pretty clear that the community that's directly impacted by that stretch was heard tonight, and we might want to take action on that, but we did not vote on it in the committee. I don't know if any members that were on the committee want to add anything to that.
William Vega, I just think we were all surprised that DOT outreach failed to connect with all the manufacturers and businesses in that neighborhood. And that was surprising. A project of this nature, you have to talk to everybody. Thank you.
Yes,
That
Okay,
was discussed. Yes.
Arthur Devanowski, I mean, I live right by there and I pass the street. Can't imagine having a bike lane on that block. To be honest with you, it's all commercial, all trucks. I think it's a terrible idea.
Eric, I have a question. Steve Chesler.
Sure, Steve.
So as it stands right now, DOT is moving forward and they're going to install those lanes because they're not. Is that correct?
Well, we did ask Preston Johnson, who was responsible he was the project manager on this. He's not necessarily part of bikes, but he was project manager. He did say he could go back and review alternative routes, but it would be unlikely for them to go forward. Now, it's not clear what their timeline is for those installations, and DOT did say that they would, while they did not do notice on the front end to say, we're considering Monitor, that there would be notice to the businesses prior to installation. And as far as I understand that, those notices have not gone out yet. They still have a lot of work to do on the north side of Greenpoint Avenue on Kingsland, and it's unclear as to when they're going to get to that.
Because, well, what it sounds like is they just essentially going to put in the green lanes without any protection.
Yeah.
So essentially, the trucks will continue to park where they park, and they'll be blocking the lanes, and it'll just be, I don't know, probably a worse situation.
It's, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, that was it.
Yeah, I mean, I am on monitor at least 3 times a week, that particular stretch. And the one speaker that mentioned that, they work in the film industry and they're constantly, crossing monitor between trucks. They have headsets in. It's their responsibility to look both ways, of course, but it is. It's not your typical street, and it isn't within the IBZ. It is. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense for me. Monitored.
Can
It
we
just
make a
doesn't
motion? Eric, can we make a motion on
make
this?
a motion, Gina.
Yes, I would like to make a motion strenuously opposing the installation of conventional bike lanes on Monitor Street and Kingsland Avenue. South.
Arthur second.
Wait, let her finish.
I know what she's gonna say because I live right there, so I know.
Thank you, Arthur, thank you.
Finish your motion, Gina.
Yes, on Monitor Street and Kingsland Avenue, south of Greenpoint Avenue, and compelling DOT to examine the availability of safer alternatives such as two-way protected bike lanes on the east side of Kingsland Avenue. I think we should make this is the motion.
Second the motion, Gina.
Thank you, Arthur.
Motion and second.
Yeah, repeat the motion, Eric.
Oh, you want me to repeat it? I will repeat it.
I'm sorry, Gina. Go ahead.
That's okay, Chair. I'd like to make a motion strenuously opposing the installation of conventional bike lanes on Monitor Street and Kingsland Avenue, south of Greenpoint Avenue, and compelling DOT to examine the availability of safer alternatives, such as a two-way protected bike lane on the east side of Kingsland Avenue.
I'd like to second the motion, Arthur.
Okay. Gina and Arthur, roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento,
Yes.
Bogdan Bakarowski, Lisa Bamonte, Gina Barros,
Yes.
Eric Berzadas,
Yes.
Thomas Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes.
Michael Chirichella, Teresa Cinciata, Stephanie Cuevas, Ronan Daly, Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Erin Drinkwater, Arthur Dibinowski,
Yes.
Lloyd Feng,
Yes.
Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Crystal Garcia,
Yes.
Joel Goldstein,
Yes.
Joel Gross, David Heimlich,
Yes.
Sabrina Help, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Robert Jeffery, Rosanna Kaminsky,
Yes.
Corey Canton,
Yes.
Paul Keltermorn,
Yes.
William Klagsbold,
Yes.
Yoel Landau, Marie Lianza,
Yes.
Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever, Adam Myers, Sante Michelli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves, Mary Odamaruk, Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Bella Sable, Isaac Sofer, Del Teague,
Yes.
William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieta,
Yes.
Simon Weiser. Twenty-nine in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Jerry.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Okay. So the other item, I want to thank William Vega for organizing his neighbors to come out and talk about the intersection of Jackson Street and Graham Avenue. Those of you that know that intersection, I think you will agree with me that especially if you're on Jackson trying to cross Graham, whether you're a pedestrian, cyclist, or motorist, it's very treacherous. There have been a number of crashes at that intersection. There's 2 bus stops there. It's in a commercial zone. It's the only intersection between Metropolitan Avenue and Meeker that does not have a stop control. And so, you know, the neighbors came out and they talked about hearing crashes, fender benders, about the dangers of like walking their kids to 132. All kinds of comments came through. We had a huge turnout from the public that lived directly by that intersection. There have been study requests, signal requests that have come through. Some have been denied. It appears that we are still within the 36-month window to have a new study done. But I will be working with Rhonda Messer to see what the condition of what the status of the last study is. But then also, you know, it was discussed that the community should reach out to Councilwoman.
Why can't you?
We want you to wait.
Hello.
Dan,
Please
please
mute.
mute yourself.
Thanks, Jan. That the neighbors reach out to Councilwoman Gutierrez for some faster action, and what that led to was the old saw of we really need local control for approval of stop controls that don't go by the federal warrants. The federal warrants do not adequately recognize the kind of foot and road use within the city, and that is what DOT defers to. So Ryan Quonen, who was still on the board at that time, made a motion. And the motion was Brooklyn Community Board 1 to draft a letter to New York City Council members Lincoln Ressler, Jennifer Gutierrez, as well as Borough President Antonio Reynoso to amend the city charter to include pertinent local data in addition to or in exchange of federal DOT traffic warrants to improve street safety for all users. That motion was seconded by William Vega. It was approved unanimously without objection or abstention. I need a motion to approve that letter.
I second the motion, Eric.
All right.
Gina.
Somebody,
Oh, sorry.
somebody needs to make it.
Steve Chesler makes the motion.
Thank you, Steve.
I apologize. It's a
Okay,
long
great.
night. Can I second it? Now can I second it?
You're good, Gina. You're
Yes.
second.
I just want to add, this is William Vega. We had another close call between basically that corner, delivery trucks blindsiding everybody. So you have a cyclist in the car that just barely missed each other by an inch or two, and it wasn't their fault. It was the delivery truck that just parked there, and you can't see anything. It's inexcusable that we don't have any stop signs. Lights there. Thank you.
Okay, a motion made by Vega, second by Gento, that we write a letter to the
The
council.
motion was by Chesler, Madam Chair.
Oh, Chesler, I'm sorry, Chesler. Okay, Chesler and Gina. A roll call vote, please.
Gina Argento,
Yes.
Bogdan Makarowski, Lisa Bamonte,
Yes.
Gina Barros,
Yes.
Eric Brusadas,
Yes.
Thomas Burrows,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Frank Carbone,
Yes.
Stephen Chesler,
Yes,
Michael Churchella, Teresa Cinciata, Stephanie Cuevas, Ronan Daly,
Yes.
Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater, Arthur Dibanowski, Lloyd Feng,
Yes.
Joey Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Crystal Garcia, Joel Goldstein.
Yes.
Was that Crystal I heard?
Bogdan is here. I'm sorry, Jerry. I'm sorry. Bogdan is here.
Joel Gross, David Heimlich, Sabrina Help, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yes.
Sonia Iglesia,
Yes.
Moisha Indig, Robert Jeffrey, Bozina
I'm sorry,
Kaminsky.
David is here. Heimlich is here. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes, Jerry.
You vote yes.
Yeah,
Mr. Heimlich votes yes.
and Bozina votes
I'm
yes.
sorry.
Bozina votes yes. Thank you. Corey Canton,
Yes.
Paul Kelterborn,
Yes.
William Klagsbold, Yoel Landau, Marie Lianzo,
Yes.
Yoel Lowe, Trina McKeever, Adam Myers, Sante Michelli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Rabbi Niederman, Karen Nieves, Mario Domerick,
Yes.
Janice Peterson,
Yes.
Bella Sable,
Yes.
Isaac Sofer, Del Teague,
Yes.
William Vega,
Yes.
Maria Vieta,
Yes.
Simon Weiser. "28 yes, motion carries."
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. So as you heard from Gina, we're working on a district needs statement. I really appreciate the work that Gina's doing on this. Paul Kelterborn, who is now on the board, welcome, Paul, has been working up a Google Doc on some items, and Ms. Breitner, Bronwyn Breitner, who's a public member of the committee, and a bunch of us are going to get together over the summer and try to hash out a district needs statement. Work with Gina over the summer on that, and then old business. Some of you might have seen this back in April. One of the items that we had voted on, the Jewel Norman stop control, failed to be implemented by DOT because of federal warrants. So thank you again for your vote. And then there was a discussion about notice of how board members are notified about public members voicing support or objection to particular items that come before the committee. It seems that that Do It has to adjust their spam filter, so we'll be communicating over the summer, I guess, about how to make that fix. And Jerry, maybe it's fixed already, I don't know, because like I have about 40 emails so far on Monitor Street, and I apologize. Usually I apologize to the public and to the board. Usually I include all those in my report for the public record, but they are on the record because they've come into the board, but there were just too many to include in the report. So what I'll be doing going forward, because the committee, there's a lot coming up for transportation. So what I'll be doing is I'll just be giving counts of emails I received by the time of the next transportation committee, and I'll just report out what the topic is for or against and the numbers, just so that it's recorded. But in no way were emails being hidden or held back or anything like that. It is a technical problem, and any suggestion otherwise is not appropriate. And I just want to make that clear. But in light of this, Mary O'Domerick and I had a discussion offline about the volume and all the emails coming in. I know some other people reached out to me. I hope that my count solution, reporting out the count of emails received in old business of the committee, will satisfy that need. But if we're going to get 1,000 emails from a Survey Monkey or or change.org petition or something like that. We really need to figure out a better way to account for those somehow. I don't know if that's a larger discussion with the board about public notice, because I know ULURP gets a lot of emails, SLA gets a lot of emails. I'm sure other committees get emails as well, but we'll have to look at that as an internal thing going forward. So thank you everybody for your patience, and that completes my report. Our next meeting is on June 30th, and the agenda will be going out probably in a week or two. Okay, thank you everybody. Good night.
Thank you, Eric. Phil, Parks and Waterfront.
Ms. Chair, Ms. Fuller, can I ask something, the chair, regarding transportation? This is
Yes.
Kaminsky.
Go ahead.
Eric, I have a question to you. How do I approach your committee? Do I have to prepare something regarding Greenpoint Avenue intersection and McGuinness Boulevard? There is no light turn on that intersection, and because of all the construction going on both sides and the gas station being boarded up, it's becoming very dangerous, and there is a lot of people walking to K-Food for the food shopping. This is the largest supermarket in that area. So should I prepare something, for the next meeting of the Transportation Committee with, request for you to look into that item?
Sure. That's a very chaotic situation right now. I'm over there 3 times a week as well, and I actually avoid that that intersection altogether.
We all do.
Yeah. So yeah, we have a fairly, as of right now, we have a fairly full and, I don't know, lively agenda plan for the 30th. But I can't guarantee that I can fit it. Yeah, I can't guarantee I can fit it in on the 30th, but you're always welcome to bring it in on new business.
Okay.
And then we can have a larger discussion, because that construction is going to be, there's a couple projects going up there plus the gas station. So we could take it up. Maybe I want to dedicate the July meeting to district needs if possible, if there's nothing pressing. So maybe August or something like that. But you and I can speak offline and maybe talk about some things.
Right. Thank you
Okay.
very much. Thank
Yeah,
you.
sure. Mm-hmm.
Phil?
Thank you, Dallas. We had our meeting on May 26th. I don't have a vote, so I'll just go through the items we talked about. Mary Salek gave a nice detailed update on all the projects, capital projects in our community. One of the things that was mentioned, the McCarran Park House, which we worked very hard on, should be opening up any day now. They're taking away the trailers and the construction equipment. So that's one of the items that we talked about. One of the second item was Felice Kirby wanted to talk about the RFP at Marcia P. Johnson, which is Smorgasburg. She'd like to see more community input, which I think we all would like to see. And she talked about maybe getting a community-based nonprofit to run it. So maybe we could keep some of those profits in the community. So that's a discussion we're going to keep having with state parks. And the last item we had was, we had a nice discussion with the dog owners in our community. We know there's been a big increase in the dog population, and it's the old story. There's more dogs, more people, and not enough parkland, not enough open space for everybody. So we talked about, we got to work together. We got to come up with some creative ideas, and we'll move forward with this in the future. And just the one last thing, of a nice item. You all know our parks manager, Vinny. He had a baby boy, so I just thought that would be nice to mention it. And if you see him, just wish him and his family well. Thank you, Dallas.
Yeah, Phil, you have your ongoing topic of the Met Pool. I know Bella's here, that they now have 5 hours. Can you keep on your agenda monitoring how the women are getting back their 8 to 10 hours that they've been fighting for all these years? So
Sure,
you keep it on top?
Okay, no problem.
So they got one more hour, but Bella, I think there's our negotiations going on with the local council people, but you should be a part of that, Phil. So we probably left you out and shouldn't have.
No, and now that I'm glad that you mentioned it, Jan. And when I talk to our council people, I'll bring that item up. Okay.
Just keep it there because that's the object. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Is
very
that all
much.
right, Bella? Yeah.
Thank you, Phil. Give Vinny our congratulations and best wishes.
Thank you, Jen.
And Maria
Environmental
Aragona had a
protection.
baby too.
All right, thank you.
Maria Aragona, our judge. Our young judge.
The judge had a baby. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I'll tell her.
Thank you. Go ahead, Steve. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Environmental Protection Committee met on June 2nd. We achieved a quorum. We have no voting items, but we had some significant agenda items. The main one being National Grid came in and presented and talked about their clean energy vision, fossil-free future for heating homes and businesses. They had a full team in. The main personnel who we interacted with was their Vice President of Corporate Affairs, Brian Grimaldi, and the Regulatory Strategy Director for Future of Heat, Don Chasbapur. And, just summarizing what they're doing is their way to comply with the state Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, which is, to be fossil fuel free by 2050, is, moving away from natural gas to using what's called renewable gas, which is generated from factory farms, from waste, municipal waste, organics waste, and specifically the Newtown Creek wastewater treatment plant is a project that's lasted almost 10 years. They're supposed to be basically repurposing the gas that is created from the processing of solid waste and organics there. And then through what's called green hydrogen, which is through electrolysis, creating hydrogen gas that would be, distributed through mostly existing pipes into businesses and homes for heating and for cooking as well. And they're basically, there's a 5-year increments, they'll get to 2050 and implementing it. And it's going to be a combination of is green hydrogen, renewable gas, and then relying on electrification for heating as well, and a hybrid approach to some of them. And there was a large, significant turnout from the community, dominated by people involved with the North Brooklyn Pipeline Coalition and Sane Energy, and our committee were very active in asking questions and making comments. And one of the key things is that a lot of the green hydrogen right now seems mainly theoretical at this point. They're going to start a pilot program in Long Island with 800 homes that were damaged in Hurricane Sandy. And they're just going to start with a 5% blend into natural gas and then work their way up to larger concentrations of it. But they're still working with academia and institutions and government to actually come up with something solid to implement the green hydrogen. And one of the key issues that brought up with the renewable natural gas is the reliance on these massive factory farms, and attendees were emphasizing that they create their own environmental problems, including contributing to climate change, just because livestock at the large scale, just through emissions from their bodily functions, work toward create CO2. but, damaging wastewater. And so they just really questioned relying on that, along with landfills and other sources. And then also specifically with the treatment plant, this has been a project, it's been delayed for 6.5 years. And National Grid really didn't offer a really viable explanation why it's taking so long. They blamed the Superfund site and a relocation of where this conversion is supposed to happen. And Willis Elkins, our former board member, who's chair of the Newtown Creek CAG and ED of Newtown Creek Alliance, just basically said it was really BS, that it was just so. But National Grid did claim that by this summer that will be operational. So we'll hold our breath on that, and we'll see what happens. And then with the green hydrogen, folks really questioned how safe and reliable it is, because with traditional, with natural gas, it leaks. It leaks through the mains, through the street, and within homes and businesses, both contributing to climate change and creating a toxic environment. And green hydrogen will actually corrode and damage traditional gas pipes. So people push back hard on that. And so National Grid, their plan is to replace 6,000 miles of old pipe and 400,000 service lines in homes. Just a staggering, project and scope. And so what people push hard on is what would the cost be for something like that? And National Grid said, we don't have those figures. We'll get them to you. People press them, why couldn't they just produce them right there? And they claimed they would get it to us before tonight's meeting, and they didn't come through in that. But someone from St. Energy, Lee Zishi, who's one of the organizers for that group, over 4 years, it'll cost over $1 billion to replace all of that conduit. So it's a staggering amount of money that inevitably would be passed on to the ratepayers. So that was questionable. So at the end of the day, I don't know, it just unfortunately had just a feeling of greenwashing. I mean, I think there was, a certain amount of substance to what they're going to do, but what also was brought up is that there's an all electrification act with the state that was being advocated for but was not passed. But supposedly they're promoting electrification to work with their goals, but they seem to be advocating against this new act. So there was a contradiction going on there, because their bread and butter in terms of their generating revenue and profit is from natural gas. So at the end of the day, we just need to really keep an eye on this, and especially with Newtown Creek, with the treatment plant project. I know there's just a lot of question marks and issues with that, but I really appreciate everyone who participated. It was really, held them to task, National Grid. And then we also talked, and our second item was about the district needs statement, that we thank you, Gina, for just laying out what the timeline is. So we plan to work over the summer and create a working document to make some suggestions in requesting capital funding for the district. A lot was related to climate change and businesses in the IBZ not being up to code, how they comply, air monitoring, just in terms of outreach about issues in meetings, better education, more extensive translation and communication. And there's also code compliance came up again, getting the borough president and the mayor to allocate more funds for enforcement. There's only 4 inspectors in the entire city, especially for waste transfer stations, sanitation inspections. And Willis Elkins brought up about developing green infrastructure around the creek, which would help stormwater management, CSOs, greenhouse gas emissions, urban heat island effect. But unfortunately, CB1 is not a high priority with the city in terms of designating a district to implement these measures, which is a little bit shocking considering how much we're surrounded by water. And also was brought up at William Vega We need Department of Health inspectors as well for indoors. There's only 4 entire city for the quality of air. And then just moving on, number 3, related to the Newhart project that is partially a Superfund site and partially a brownfield site. Deborah Scott had written to the board on behalf of tenants who live on Bell Slip. They had real concerns with how there are 2 toxic plumes, great scale underneath the Newhart. How would it affect drinking water, both in their building and Greenpoint Playground across the street? So we invited DEC and the developers to come in to meet with her and meet with us to talk about it. They were not able to attend. So we just had Jane O'Connell is in charge of our region related to Superfunds, wrote a note just saying that the contaminations in the groundwater and drinking water comes from a completely different source. And so there's no worry there. And then as far as the remediation of the brownfield section, the eastern portion, that action plan is going to be released very soon. So there should be community meetings about it. There were suggestions from Northbrook and Neighbors. Maybe the community board together, Northbrook and Neighbors, could partner in supporting the community on that. But and I also connected Deborah Scott, who's the ED of Northbrook and Neighbors, to help support her efforts. There are other issues related to parks, which came up during the parks meeting related to dogs, which Phil alluded to, and the state of Greenpoint Playground, which is not a good state. And then lastly, just old business again with the Newtown Creek Monitoring Committee, aka NCMEC. We had questioned DEP and urged them to reestablish the committee, provide financial support for that, but they responded back to the board with a letter saying that with the treatment plant coming online, becoming operational, there's no need for the committee anymore. But Laura and Willis said there's ongoing issues with the plant, and so so they took issue with that. So I think the plan is to invite DEP to a future meeting to question them and have them respond to the various issues that are still ongoing with the treatment plant. So that is it in a very condensed nutshell of our meeting, and that's it. Thank you. If anybody has questions, happy to field them.
Thank you, Steve.
Steve, I just want to say you're doing an amazing job on the environmental committee as chair, and that meeting was so good. With the experts you brought out and everything else, just to keep National Grid on their toes, and just really want to commend you.
Thanks a lot, Eric.
Here.
The same. I just want the level of expertise and tenacity of the community was just, I was kind of blown away. So hats off to everyone for looking out for one another. So
thank you,
This is
Steve.
what- I just want
Parks
to say,
minute. It's after 10 o'clock, guys. We're on the B rule. Be brief, be bright, and be gone. Parks minute. Okay, Mary, as written. Announcements, elected officials, we don't have any. Lincoln spoke. Old business. Is there any old business, new business?
Sheriff, this is William Vega. I noticed on the letter.
William, you're muted.
I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, make it
Right.
brief.
Yes. So I'm looking at the letter that the borough's office sent to Jerry about their newly appointed members. There's 2 people there, Crystal Garcia and William Classball. They have their term expiring in 23. Are they there for 1 year? I thought all of us were 2-year terms, so that might be a typo there.
We have no control over that. I don't know if they serve.
Probably filling a vacancy.
Could be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It just was different. Thank you.
I think they're finishing the terms of people who left.
Ah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have to take that up at a higher level than us. Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to
Sonia.
adjourn.
And second.
Okay,
All in favor, yay.
thank you, everyone. Have a blessed summer. Be safe, stay healthy, and I look forward
Also,
to
good
working
night.
with everybody.